Chapter 977. The voices of the two kings of Karp used their great divine abilities to penetrate through the 3,000 painting worlds and resounded around Ning Fan. The two kings of Karp were just second tribulation quasi-saints. However, when their voices were combined, it somehow gave off an unparalleled aura force, causing Ning Fan's ears to feel a sharp pain and a buzzing sound. It's so strong. What kind of ferocious creature is hiding in the depths of the painting worlds? It can actually make my eardrums hurt with just its voice. It's comparable to the great cultivators of ancient times. One should know that Ning Fan's current cultivation base had already risen to the peak 9th tribulation realm. His strength was no weaker than a first-level quasi-saint. However, he still found it hard to endure the aura force of the voices. High Immortal, are they calling me? What does the luck of exterminating a clan refer to? Could it be related to the black cat transforming into a bow? What kind of force is the Dao Karp lineage? Ever since I started cultivating the Dao, it's my first time hearing this name. Could it be that these white and black Karps all belong to the Dao Karp lineage? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Although the two voices were strong, they were filled with fear. Ning Fan knew that the two voices were definitely not afraid of him, but his little cat heir. At this moment, the little cat had already transformed into a black bow. The bow seemed to be just an illusion and not a real entity. Even so, it still gave Ning Fan a soul-stirring feeling. He had only felt that kind of feeling when he faced the God-exterminating shield for the first time. That was the aura force that only a heaven-opening weapon possessed. The black bow that the little cat had transformed into was highly likely a shadow of the heaven-opening weapon. The only thing that puzzled Ning Fan was that he actually had a strange sense of familiarity with this black bow. It was as if he had seen this bow somewhere before but also, never seen it before. He was very sure that he had never seen this bow in his entire life. Was this strange sense of familiarity just an illusion? High Immortal, please don't be angry. This bow can't be drawn. It can't be drawn. The begging voices of the two kings of Karp could still be heard. However, the black cat was completely indifferent towards them. You only want to beg for mercy now. It's too late. A mere Dao Karp dares to bully my master. Don't think that this matter can be easily resolved. Give up the flesh and blood of the Dao Karp that I've devoured. Transform into the bowstring of the King Bao. The black cat's voice was heard, and the black bow that she had transformed into suddenly flashed with a black light, and a bowstring appeared. The bowstring was formed from the Dao Karp meat she had swallowed earlier. The bowstring and arrows of the imperial bow could only be obtained by sacrificing certain things. Without paying a certain price, it would be impossible to draw the bow and kill someone. No sacrifice, no gain. The Tao of this bow is somewhat similar to that of the Shedding Orchid sect. Ning Fan's expression became nostalgic. He suddenly remembered that he had promised old ancestor Shedding Orchid to kill the sect master of the Western Heavenly Tao sect in the ancient fisherman's cowhide painting, and this karma will have to be repaid one day. Unfortunately, now is not the time to head to the Western Paradise. As soon as the bowstring appeared, the expressions of the four quasi-sage Karp generals changed drastically. They finally sensed a fatal danger from the black bow. That kind of feeling was as if the tip of a knife was pressed against his throat, and the knife was slowly piercing into his throat. That gradually increasing pressure caused him to suffocate. What kind of bow is this? This bow must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, with the two great kings' arrogance, they wouldn't lower their heads and beg for mercy. The four quasi-sage Karp generals sensed that something was amiss. Without saying a word, they turned to leave. Unfortunately, how could they escape? I'll sacrifice the essence of the sun and moon that I've devoured for 7 million years, and turn it into the yin-yang 7 stars arrow. As soon as the black cat's voice fell, her chi immediately weakened greatly. The weakened part of her chi turned into an arrow light that was intertwined with black and white. It coiled around the black bow like a circle. Within the shadow of the arrow, there was even faint starlight. Then, as the black cat willed it, the black and white arrow flew to the bowstring on its own and pulled the bowstring. This black bow was drawn solely by the black cat's will. It did not need Ning Fan's help at all. Ning Fan frowned slightly. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the black cat had actually used up the origin power of her Tao soul in order to form a black and white arrow, causing the grade of her Tao soul to drop? This black cat sincerely treated him as her master. Naturally, he would also sincerely treat her as his servant. There was no deep hatred between him and these Tao carps. If he attacks them, it would cause the black cat's grade to drop. Therefore, he would rather let these Tao carps escape. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that this black and white arrow also gave him an extremely familiar and strange feeling. This black and white arrow actually contained the pure power of the Tao origin of Yin and the Tao origin of Yang. As for the circulation path of the two types of Tao origin of Yin and Yang, a part of it was extremely similar to the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang transformation. As for the starlight in the shadow of the arrow, for some unknown reason, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the Big Dipper reversal technique of the Slaughter Palace. That starlight seemed to be able to plunder the luck of others. Strange. Could it be that this black and white arrow has some kind of connection with the ancient chaos and the Big Dipper immortal region? Ning Fan muttered to himself. At the next moment, the black bow was drawn. The moment the bow was drawn, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Even with his eyesight at the second level of the heavenly being realm, he could not see the afterimage of the black and white arrow clearly. The speed at which the black and white arrow left the bow was too fast. This kind of speed seemed to be able to transcend time and space. It had already exceeded the understanding of second-step cultivators. It gave people a deep feeling that they could not avoid it no matter what. Not good. Sensing the black and white arrow leaving the bow, the expressions of the two carp kings changed drastically. The four Tao carp quasi-saints who were fleeing in panic felt their scalp tingling at that moment. They could not see the shadow of the arrow at all. However, at this moment, Li Si was the first one to let out a blood-curdling scream. His huge fish body suddenly expanded strangely. An indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. When his body expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded like a balloon with a bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then, a black and white arrow light flew out from his mutilated body and disappeared in a flash. What? What kind of arrow is this? When did it enter Li Si's body? The remaining three quasi-saints were sweating profusely. What they could not understand was that after Li Si died, they actually felt that their luck was slightly weakened. No, to be more precise, it was not their personal luck that was weakened but, the luck of their clan. Luck was the recognition of heaven. If an individual's luck was not good, his life would not be smooth. If the luck of a clan was not good, the clan would not be able to prosper and produce peak experts. The three quasi-saints could only vaguely feel that the arrow just now had strangely weakened the luck of the Tao carp bloodline, but they could not see through it at a deeper level. Only the two carp kings could accurately sense that the arrow just now had strangely weakened the luck of the Tao carp bloodline. It was not a big deal that the arrow just now killed Li Si. What was troublesome was that it had directly taken about 500 colors of the Tao carp bloodline's luck. Oh no! There's really no turning back now. Sage Carp has racked his brains for countless years and spent 10 cycles of time planning for our clan to get 100,000 colors of the Tao Carp bloodline's luck. This time, you and I have lost 500 colors of the Tao Carp bloodline's luck. Sage Carp will definitely be furious. In this way, even if we are lucky enough to return to the true world one day, we will not be able to escape the heavy responsibility. Thinking of Sage Carp's ruthlessness, the eyes of the two carp kings were filled with madness. At this moment, after Li Si, Li San's fish body also began to expand. Unknowingly, Li San's body was also penetrated by the black and white arrow. No, I can't let Li San die. Losing 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck will only result in me being imprisoned at most. However, if I lose more than 1,000 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck, I'm afraid that 70% of my cultivation base will be crippled when I return to the true world. 9 Raccoon Ferocious Spirit. You've gone too far. You've destroyed 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Roar. It was unknown what kind of price the 2 Carp Kings had paid to break all the shackles on their bodies, temporarily removing the shackles that the sea-calming divine iron had on them. Then, they dashed towards Ning Fan's direction. Their intense killing intent almost instantly caused the sky of the 3,000 layers painting world to freeze at the same time. 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline's luck. What does it mean? Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He did not understand what the black cat had done to actually make the ferocious creatures in the depths of the painting world erupt with such intense killing intent. The black cat, on the other hand, was indifferent towards the 2 Carp Kings' killing intent. Even though her cultivation base was not high, she might still be able to kill these 2 Carp Kings if she goes all out. I'll sacrifice another 7 million years of sun and moon essence. Kill. As soon as the black cat let out a roar, its chi greatly weakened once again. At the same time, Carp San's body completely exploded and he died. The luck of the Dao Carp bloodline was reduced by another 500 colors. No. The eyes of the 2 Carp Kings turned bloodshot. They had just rushed to the 2,980th floor. They were still very far away from where Ning Fan was. They had lost the luck of the Dao Carp clan's 1,000 colors. Sage Carp would never forgive them easily. If they don't kill Ning Fan and this Jiuli, they swore that they were not fish anymore. I'll sacrifice another 7 million years of sun and moon essence to form the 3rd arrow. The black cat's tone was already a little breathless. Obviously, it was quite taxing on her after attacking 3 times in a row. As soon as she finished her words, Carp 2's body began to expand. In an instant, it had reached its limit. Carp 2's fish face became distorted because of fear. He wanted to resist but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch helplessly as his body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. The Dao Carp bloodline would lose another 500 colors of the Dao Carp bloodline. 1,500 colors. With Sage Carp's personality, how would he spare our lives? The 2 Carp Kings actually had the will to die in their frenzy. This time, even if they have to perish together, they wanted to kill Ning Fan, the black cat in the painting world. The last arrow, the black cat's voice trembled a little. She was somewhat unable to endure the huge consumption of the King Bao's shadow. After all, what she controlled was the broken heavenly Tao of the desolate lands. Even though she had controlled it for countless years, she did not manage to absorb much of the sun and moon essence. This time, in order to help Ning Fan vent his anger, she did not hesitate to use up all the power that she had accumulated for countless years. Enough. There's no need to shoot the 4th arrow. Let's go. Ning Fan suddenly reached out his hand and pressed on the black bow. With a gentle stroke, the black cat could no longer maintain its bow form and turned back into its cat form. Its body became much more illusory. Obviously, it had become much weaker after shooting the previous 3 arrows. The grade of the black cat's Dao soul was almost going to drop below the 2nd grade sovereign soul realm. If she shoots the 4th arrow, she would certainly be able to kill Carp E, but it would certainly implicate the black cat and cause her Dao soul realm to drop completely. It's not worth it. Master, didn't you say that you want to kill every single one of them? The black cat was still very displeased. She was really reluctant to let go of the Dao Carp who had plotted against her master. However, this was her master's order. If her master did not allow her to shoot the 4th arrow, she would never shoot the 4th arrow even if the saint forces her to. Here. These are the spoils of war that Black Devil obtained after using the 9th technique. The black cat shook its tail. Immediately, 3 balls of light appeared in front of Ning Fan. Each of the balls of light had 500 different colors. They were extremely beautiful and eye-catching. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such an item. He did not know what it was, but he could faintly feel that it was not something ordinary. This is... Ning Fan wanted to ask what it was, but the black cat had already fainted on the other side because she was too weak. As expected, it was the right decision not to let her shoot the 4th arrow. Even though the 9 raccoon clan could restrain the Dao carp, little cat's grade was still too low. Killing a carp that was at a higher level than her was definitely not as easy as it seemed. Forget it. You should take a rest first. Ning Fan flipped his hand and kept the 3 dazzling balls of light into the profound Yin world. After thinking for a while, he collected the flesh and carp eyes of the 3 dead carp generals along the route that they had taken when they were escaping. The carp eyes were naturally what Taoist Mu Song needed. As for the fish meat, perhaps he could let little cat eat it. Perhaps she would not be so weak after being nourished. Little cat can no longer fight. With my current cultivation base, it's not suitable for me to stay here for a long time. It's better for me to leave the painting world as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan pushed his speed to the maximum. He turned around and fled towards the first level of the painting world. Carp 1 fled all the way without daring to look back at all. The deaths of Carp 2, Carp 3 and Carp 4 were like a shadow that shrouded his heart. That scene was really too terrifying. If he could not defend himself, he would certainly die. In front of that 9 raccoon's divine ability, his first-level quasi-sacred realm Dao carp cultivation base had no way to resist it at all. I can't resist it. I must run. He desperately ran towards the depths of the painting world. However, he did not know that the black cat had already fainted and Ning Fan did not chase after him. Instead, he fled towards the outside of the painting world. As for the 2 carp kings, they were already determined to kill Ning Fan. Unfortunately, before they could reach him, Ning Fan had already escaped from the painting world. He was a cunning brat. When he saw that something was amiss, he actually ran faster than anyone else. Despicable brat! Despicable brat! Roar! The 2 carp kings roared angrily at the sky, venting the unwillingness and rage in their hearts. As they roared, the entire painting world seemed to have been washed away by the rain. The scenery was forcefully washed away and some changes occurred. The originally empty heaven and earth of the painting world suddenly became filled with countless bloody eyeballs. They were not fish eyes but human eyes instead. They were floating in the air and it looked extremely strange. Each of the eyeballs was bloodshot and filled with madness, hatred and fear before they died. All of these eyeballs belonged to the cultivators of the Golden Talisman Palace. These eyeballs had existed in every level of the painting world since ancient times. After Ning Fan entered the painting world, he had also passed by these eyeballs countless times. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not see the existence of these blood-red human eyes at all. What Ning Fan did not know was that what Taoist Mu Song wanted him to take was actually the bloody human eyes that he did not see and not the fish eyes of the Dao carps, in the outside world, in the void of the palm wood. Both Taoist Mu Song and Xiang Bozi wore astonished expressions. The golden sky and black map that was hanging in front of them was trembling violently at this moment. Without a doubt, an unimaginably huge commotion had happened in the painting world. Could it be that little friend Ning Fan has actually alarmed the 2 Dao carp kings in the depths of the painting world? Otherwise, it is impossible for the map to tremble like this. Taoist Mu Song cried out involuntarily. When he recalled how terrifying the 2 Dao carp kings were, even his face could not help but turn pale despite his cultivation base. Without the strength of an ancient great cultivator, it was certainly impossible for him to fight against the 2 Dao carp kings. Moreover, there were still many powerful carp generals in the painting world. Quick! We can't wait any longer. Let's work together and quickly drag little friend Ning out of the painting world. Xiang Bozi said anxiously. Daoist Mu Song nodded his head. His expression, however, revealed a hint of disappointment. Inside the painting world, there were many eyes of the Yang realm. However, all of them were hidden between heaven and earth. Only cultivators who had opened their eyes could discover the existence of those eyes of the Yang realm. If someone in the painting world had opened their eyes, the map would certainly show them. However, it did not. Could it be that little friend Ning Fan did not successfully open his eyes in the painting world? If that's the case, there is only a second way for this young man to obtain the eyes of the Yang realm, to kill the Dao Carp Kings. However, the grade of the carp eyes of the Dao Carp Kings is too low. Thinking of this, Daoist Mu Song let out a sigh. This young man's innate potential is still not as good as Sun Luo. After all, Sun Luo had opened his eyes in the painting. His innate potential is comparable to mine, but this young man can't do it. At first, I thought that it would be easier for the successor of Ancient Chaos to open his eyes. Now, however, it seems like my expectations for him are a little too high. Mu Song sighed while activating his ability. Together with Xiang Bozi, they wanted to drag Ning Fan out of the painting world. However, before the two of them could help him, Ning Fan had already rushed out of the golden sky and black map on his own and returned to their side. Even though little friend didn't open his eyes, his speed of escaping isn't slow at all. In this way, old man Xiang and I don't have to pay any price to save you. Hee. It's really convenient. Daoist Mu Song seemed to be smiling, but his tone was very indifferent. Ning Fan did not know if it was just an illusion, but he seemed to have heard a hint of sarcasm from Mu Song's tone. What do you mean by escaping quickly? Why does this sentence sound a little awkward? Forget it. Daoist Mu Song has a sharp tongue in the first place. I have already told Senior Bozi about this. Thus, Ning Fan did not need to pay too much attention to Mu Song's tone. Xiang Bozi, on the other hand, was very satisfied with Ning Fan. The fact that Ning Fan could still safely escape from the painting world after the two great carp kings had already made their moves proved that this young man was extraordinary. How is it? Have you successfully brought out the item that old man Mu needs? Xiang Bozi asked with a smile. Unlike Daoist Mu Song, he was very confident in Ning Fan. I've brought it out. However, I don't know if this item is the eye that Senior Mu needs. Ning Fan did not care about Mu Song's indifference. He turned his hand and took out an eyeball. Mu Song was instantly stunned. He did not expect that Ning Fan would also bring out the eye of the Yang realm without opening his eyes. As expected, he has killed the Dao Carp. The quality of the eyes of a Dao Carp is inferior to the eyes of a Golden Talisman Palace cultivator. In terms of quality, the eyes of a Golden Talisman Palace cultivator can be ranked as mid-grade, whereas the eyes of an ordinary Dao Carp can only be ranked as low-grade. Only quasi-saint Dao Carps would have mid-grade eyes, which were barely comparable to the eyes of ordinary Golden Talisman Palace cultivators. Even if this child's cultivation level had increased in the painting world, it would still be impossible for him to kill a quasi-saint Dao Carp. Mu Song had personally experienced how difficult it was to kill a Dao Carp. The eye that Ning Fan obtained was probably just a low-grade Yang world eye. Forget it, it is already very difficult for this child to obtain an inferior grade eye. I will reluctantly help him once. Mu Song received the eye that Ning Fan passed to him with slight disappointment. He casually extended his spirit sense and scanned through it. With a single glance, the calm expression on Zhang Xian's face turned into shock. This eye was actually a middle-grade eye. You opened your eyes. Do you see the tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world? Mu Shaoxing asked with a serious expression. Opened my eyes. Tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Why did he not know that there were tens of thousands of eyeballs floating in the painting world? You didn't see it? As expected, you didn't open your eyes. If that's the case, did you seize this eye from the quasi-saint General Carp? Mu Song put away the contempt in his heart. Even though Ning Fan did not open his eyes, being able to enter the painting world and seize the quasi-saint General Carp's eye with his first tribulation realm cultivation base was already considered heaven-defying, wasn't it? At least, even Xiang Bozi could not do such a thing, all right. Since you can take back an eye of the Yang world, it's enough for me to help you once. I will certainly not ignore the grudge between you and the dark race. Daoist Mu Song turned his hand and kept the eyeball. He did not know that Ning Fan still had 5 such eyeballs. He also did not know that Ning Fan had killed a total of 3 quasi-saint Dao Carps during this trip. Of course, strictly speaking, the 3 Dao Carps were not killed by Ning Fan. Instead, they were killed by the black cat. Ning Fan did not take out all 6 of the eyeballs. Since Mu Song valued these eyeballs so much, they must be very useful. It was already enough for him to exchange one of them for Mu Song's help. As for the remaining ones, he might as well keep them for the time being. Seeing that Mu Song finally agreed to help Ning Fan, Xiang Bozi heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, his goal of coming to the Wooden Island could be considered to have been achieved. Xiang Bozi was in a good mood. Mu Song was also in a good mood after obtaining the eye of the Yang world. For the first time ever, he arranged a banquet on the Wooden Island to welcome Ning Fan's group with great hospitality. During the banquet, everyone naturally discussed the Tao. Ning Fan naturally benefited a lot from being able to exchange cultivation experiences with 2 quasi-saints. When they were half drunk, the topic naturally shifted to the eye of the Yang world. Mu Song did not hide anything from Ning Fan. He explained the magical effects of the eye of the Yang world to Ning Fan in detail. Only then did Ning Fan realize that he did not use the method that Mu Song expected him to use to retrieve the eye. Xiang Bozi was also very surprised. Today, he finally found out that the correct way to attain the Palm Void realm was to open one's eyes. No wonder the dark race wanted to deprive him of the sense of his eyes with their supreme ability. It turned out that they wanted to destroy the possibility of him opening his eyes. Opening your eyes is the correct way to attain the Palm Void realm. At the same time, it is also a step that you must take to attain the second level of the quasi-saint realm. When Mu Song said that, he looked at Xiang Bozi with a sigh. Xiang Bozi also felt dejected. No wonder he still could not attain the second level of the quasi-saint realm. So this is the problem. The so-called opening of the eyes isn't as simple as it seems. Instead, it is to see the other side of the world. Every world has 2 sides, the Yin side and the Yang side. The world that we are in now is the illusory world. What we see in our daily life is actually just the Yin side of the illusory world. Ning Fan, Xiang Bozi, Old Wu, and the disciples of the Wooden Island were more or less at a loss. They did not fully understand what Mu Song was saying. Mu Song could only express his helplessness. These people had never seen the Yang side of the world with their own eyes. Thus, they would certainly feel that it was too abstract after listening to his explanation. In short, we, the people of the illusory world, are actually the people of the Yin world. We are the part of the world that heaven and earth do not approve of. We can't live in the Yang world unless we can open our eyes in the Yang world. I don't understand. Old Wu scratched his ears and cheeks. He knew that what Mu Song was talking about was very precious, but he just could not understand it. If there is Yang, there will be Yin. If there is light, there will be darkness. Just like how humans have shadows and leaves have roots. We can't say that the people of the Yin world do not exist. It's just that they are not recognized by the great Tao. If we, the cultivators of the illusory world, want to become saints, not only do we need to pursue perfection, but we also need to walk from Yin to Yang. However, this step is extremely difficult. Senior Mu, please don't talk about becoming a saint. It's too far away. Tell me about breaking through the second tribulation of the eternal era. I'm more concerned about this. Old Wu criticized inwardly. Of course, he did not dare to voice his thoughts out loud. In the illusory world, there are three races, the divine race, the demon race and the devil race. These three races are actually not recognized by the great Tao. Thus, I changed my cultivation path to Buddhism. What? The divine race, the demon race and the devil race are not recognized by the great Tao? Why haven't I heard of this before? Old Wu looked at Mu Song suspiciously. Could it be that the alcohol content of the spiritual wine was too high and made Mu Song drunk, causing him to start talking nonsense? There was an ancient sect called the Golden Talisman Palace. The founder of this sect was said to be closely related to the Dao Hun race. Most of the disciples in the sect could open their eyes and see the Yang world from the Yin world. Most of them had seen the Yang world with their own eyes and left behind the scenery of the Yang world. They were called the eyes of the Yang world. After that, something happened to the Golden Talisman Palace and it was destroyed. The treasure of the Golden Talisman Palace, the Golden Sky Black Map, also fell into this old man's hands. This map is filled with extremely powerful Yin and Yang energy. It can help a cultivator's primordial spirit and emperor chi perfectly fuse together, increasing the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck of the immortal emperor realm. Naturally, this old man values the countless eyes of the Yang world hidden in the map. It's a pity that you didn't open your eyes. Otherwise, you should be able to see countless bloody eyeballs floating in the painting world. Mu Song sighed softly. He was sure that Ning Fan's aptitude was not as good as Sun Luo's. The fact that he couldn't open his eyes in the painting world was the proof. The eyes of the Yang world can help cultivators open their eyes. It can also help cultivators who have already opened their eyes to see more scenery. It's a pity that you didn't get more eyeballs from the painting world. Otherwise, you can use some of them and it will be beneficial to you. When Mu Song said that, he observed Ning Fan's expression. When he saw Ning Fan's regretful expression, he could not help but shake his head. It seems like this young man really only got one eyeball from the painting world. If he still has more eyeballs, I might try to get them from him. Ning Fan's face was filled with pity. However, he was sighing inwardly. This Taoist Mu Song can be a strong aid but he can't be a friend. I should hold back when I'm interacting with him. I can't be as casual as I was when I was interacting with Xiang Bozi. Speaking of which, every cultivator can see their own scenery when they open their eyes. When I opened my eyes in the past, I saw the scene of a woodcutter cutting down a pine tree. From that, I comprehended the origin of wood and created my own palm void realm. When my son Sun Luo opened his eyes, it was said that he saw the scene of a woman feeding an eagle with meat. However, he didn't tell me the details. Only he knew. A woodcutter cutting down a pine tree, feeding an eagle with meat, Ning Fan pondered inwardly. If he uses up the 5 eyeballs in his hand, I wonder if he can open his eyes again and see his own scenery. After listening to Mu Song's explanation, most of the people did not understand anything from him. Only Ning Fan and Xiang Bozi revealed thoughtful expressions from time to time. After the banquet, Ning Fan made a request to Taoist Mu Song. He wanted to read the ancient books on the wooden island. Taoist Mu Song had collected many lost ancient books. Many of them were related to Buddha talismans and devil talismans. There were also many ancient records of cultivation methods which could verify the first volume of Ning Fan's self-created Tao scripture. Since he had come to the wooden island, Ning Fan naturally wanted to read those ancient books. It was not a big deal. Thus, Taoist Mu Song agreed to Ning Fan's request. However, he would only let Ning Fan read the books if he paid the Tao crystals. Taoist Mu Song was shrewd in accounting. The reason why he collected the Tao crystals was not because he wanted to gain Ning Fan's karma for free. The number of Tao crystals that Ning Fan had was not a lot but it was not little either. Anyway, it was definitely enough for him to read the books. To be honest, Taoist Mu Song was indeed a top-notch expert in the Eastern Heaven. Most of the books in his collection were unique copies, which greatly increased his knowledge. There were even books with records of the Tao soul race here. The Tao has a spirit. The Yang takes its spirit and it is called the Tao soul. The Yin takes its spirit and it is called the demon. The Tao has a body. Those who take the body of Yang are called Buddhas. Those who take the body of Yin are called devils. The Tao has a heart. The Yang takes its heart and it is called desolation. The Yin takes its heart and it is called God. There is dust in the Tao. The Yang takes the dust and it is called tribulation. The Yin takes the dust and it is called man. Tao Yu, after that, it seemed like there should be other words, but because it was incomplete, it could not be seen. When he connected this book with Mu Song's words, he seemed to have gained some understanding about the divine race, the demon race and the devil race. Buddha and devil corresponded. One cultivated Buddha talisman, the other cultivated devil talisman. Could it be that the relationship between the two was yin and yang? Tao soul, demon soul. Tribulation spirit. Barbarian cultivator. Could it be that they are related to one yang and the other yin? As for the desolation corresponding to the divine elementalists, what was it? At the end of this ancient book, there were some introductions about the Dao Hun clan. Among them, there was even a special introduction about the 9 raccoon. Of course, Ning Fan was very concerned about his little black cat. He carefully read the introduction about the 9 raccoon clan. The introduction was not very detailed. However, there was one sentence that made Ning Fan's expression change greatly. His face turned serious. According to what I know, there are 5th grade extreme young items in the world which can prolong the Tao extinction date. The first is the primordial clear lotus leaf, the second is the ancient Tao immortal apricot, the third is the ancient desolate fusang, the fourth is the 9 raccoons soul blood and the 5th is the Saint Defier's breath. Ning Fan's heart pounded. He did not expect that he would actually find the method to cure Great Emperor Ancient Chaos in this ancient book. The primordial clear lotus leaf, the ancient Tao immortal apricot and the ancient desolate fusang were 3 supreme treasures that only existed in the legends. It was Ning Fan's first time hearing about them. The Saint Defier's breath mentioned that a 4th step immortal sovereign could prolong the life of a person who was about to die. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to find an immortal sovereign to blow at ancient chaos. As for the 9 raccoons soul blood, according to this book, if one could obtain a drop of the 9 raccoons soul blood, one could delay the Tao extinction date by 1,000 years. Ning Fan did not know that the blood of his little black cat actually had such a great use. If I can obtain a drop of the little black cat's soul blood, it shouldn't be too harmful to her, right? Then, here comes the problem, this little black cat doesn't seem to be an adult yet. Chapter 978. Every world had a heavenly Tao, and every heavenly Tao had a soul. The Tao Hun clan was born along with the heavens and the earth, and they controlled the circulation of the heaven Tao and samsara. According to their levels, they could be divided into the mortal, immortal, emperor, and saint realms. The mortal grade was equivalent to the first step of cultivation, the immortal grade was equivalent to the life immortal and true immortal, the 12 levels of the sovereign grade were equivalent to the 9 tribulations of eternity and the 3 steps of pre-saint, and the saint grade was equivalent to the saint realm. According to Taoist Mu Song's ancient records, the relationship between the Tao Hun clan and the Yao clan was actually one yin and one yang. Tao Hun clan had obtained the acknowledgement of the great Tao. They were yang. It was said that the great Tao of the 3 great true worlds was controlled by Tao Hun clan. Besides that, more than half of the illusory world was also controlled by Tao Hun clan. The demonic beasts were not recognized by the great Tao. They were yin. They did not have the right to control the heavenly Tao of the true world. They were only qualified to control a small portion of the illusory world's heavenly Tao. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Speaking of which, Li Xiaoxiao who had a grudge against him was once the soul of the heavenly Tao of the rain world, what Li Xiaoxiao controlled was the rain world's heavenly Tao. Her true form was that of a monster, and it was very likely that she was Fu Li. What the black cat controlled was the heavenly Tao in Fan family's untamed wasteland. Fan family's untamed wasteland was originally a piece of land in the untamed wasteland, so its heavenly Tao could be considered to belong to the true world. The Nine Raccoon clan was an extremely special Tao soul clan. They could increase their cultivation by devouring other Tao souls. Ning Fan had picked up quite a lot of quasi-sacred carp meat. It could probably help the black cat improve its cultivation base. However, it could not help the black cat enter adulthood. Ning Fan frowned slightly as he flipped through the ancient book in his hand. Unlike the monster race, it was very difficult for the Dao Hun clan to reach adulthood. Firstly, one's cultivation base and bone age had to meet the requirements of adulthood. Secondly, a special, soul awakening ceremony had to be held. An underage Nine Raccoon could not transform, and its soul blood did not have the ability to delay its Tao annihilation. If he wanted to save ancient Chaos Great Emperor, he had to first let the black cat enter adulthood. The black cat's bone age and cultivation had long been qualified to reach adulthood. It only needed one more soul awakening ceremony before it could reach adulthood. But this was also the most troublesome part. There was no problem with the process of the soul awakening ceremony. There were detailed records in the ancient books. The troublesome part was that the process of the ceremony required the use of at least one natural grade Tao soul sacrificial artifact, and the ceremony couldn't be completed without the sacrificial artifact. Sacrificial tools were a very special type of magic treasure. Most of them were used to hold ceremonies. Different races had different sacrificial tools. When Ning Fan was young, he had obtained many ancient demon sacrificial treasures. However, most of them were low-grade ones. High-grade sacrificial artifacts were basically kept in the temples of the various races. They were precious treasures that were passed down from generation to generation. Very few high-grade sacrificial artifacts were circulated to the outside world. Ning Fan felt a headache coming on. Where was he going to find a sacrificial Tao soul of the Nine Raccoon race? Moreover, the grade of the sacrificial tool had to be at the Xiantian grade. The number of connate magic treasures in the world could be counted on one's fingers, and among them, connate sacrificial artifacts were even rarer. The Nine Raccoons clan was a faction of power in the true world. They were not in the illusory world, so the chances of finding an innate sacrificial vessel of the Nine Raccoons clan in the illusory world were incredibly slim. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with bitterness. It was so difficult to see the hope of saving ancient chaos, but this hope was so slim that it was close to none. Master. I know, where is the sacrificial item? In his mind, the voice of the little kitten suddenly sounded. She had already woken up from her coma. You know where the sacrificial item is? Where is it? Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. I can't sense it accurately, but I can vaguely feel that, somewhere in this starry sky, there is a sacrificial item of the Nine Raccoon race. Ning Fan fell into deep thought. His expression was mixed with joy and worry. He was happy because there was actually an innate sacrificial tool of the Nine Raccoon race in the Eastern Heaven. However, he was worried because the black cat could only vaguely sense the existence of the sacrificial tool. Can you roughly determine the location of the sacrificial tool of the Nine Raccoon race that you sensed? Ning Fan asked. I'm sorry. The Black Devil's spirit sense isn't enough. I can't sense the entire Eastern Heaven. The black cat blamed itself. In other words, if your spirit sense is strong enough to cover the entire Eastern Heaven, you might be able to sense the location of the sacrificial tool. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he made up his mind. He put down the ancient book and quickly left the scripture tower. When he returned to his meditation room, he sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. With a flip of his hand, he summoned the black cat. At this moment, the black cat had already eaten all of the quasi-sacred carp's meat after waking up. Her dispirited chi had already returned to normal. Her cultivation base had also improved a lot. Moreover, the energy of the quasi-sacred carp's flesh and blood had accumulated in her body. She was slowly refining them, causing her cultivation base to improve slowly and steadily. After summoning the black cat, Ning Fan immediately merged with it. His cultivation base instantly soared to the level of the second tribulation of eternity. Then, he displayed the heaven-prying rain technique. All of a sudden, a drizzle fell from the wooden island. With the island as the center, the drizzle spread across the entire eastern heaven. Not long after, the entire eastern heaven was shrouded by Ning Fan's spirit sense. As for Ning Fan himself, his chi was calm and neutral. It was as if he was just meditating. There was no trace of chi fluctuation being emitted. This is. Be it Taoist, Mu Song or Xiang Yitzi, all of them were slightly stunned at this moment. This rain, they could sense that this rain seemed to be man-made. However, they could not sense that Ning Fan's spirit sense was hidden in the rain. It was untraceable. Ning Fan had entered the Golden Sky Black Map once to increase his cultivation base. He had personally experienced what a more profound rain technique was like. With that experience, the way he displayed the rain technique today became more natural. Even though he was clearly displaying the technique on the wooden island and was not far away from Mu Song and Xiang Yitzi, the two of them could not sense where the source of the rain technique came from. Even these two quasi-sacred carp could not sense it, let alone the others. They would only think that this sudden rain was an ordinary rain created by a certain powerful cultivator. Even so, it was still enough to make people speechless. Rain covering the entire eastern heaven. What a big deal. In order to change the weather of the entire eastern heaven, one must at least have the cultivation base of a quasi-sacred carp. I wonder which old man is behind this rain. Mu Song muttered to himself. A few days ago, there was also a rain that covered the entire eastern heaven. It should be the work of the same person. The rain today seems to be more natural than the rain that day. It seems like that old monster's ability has improved again. When Ning Fan roared in the rain that day, only a small number of sects heard it. Mu Song did not hear it. Thus, he naturally did not know that the rain was caused by Ning Fan. Xiang Yitzi also did not know about it. However, he scanned Ning Fan's direction with his spirit sense thoughtfully. Ning Fan seemed to be meditating. There was no chi fluctuation around him. Could this rain be caused by this little guy? It must be this little guy. The rain last time and this time. Could this technique be the rain ancestors' heaven-prying rain technique? In the entire four heavens, no one could learn this technique. However, this young man could. With such aptitude, he really lives up to the name of the immortal monarch of rain. Xiang Yitzi, who had never underestimated Ning Fan, once again had a higher opinion of him. There is rain in the 9 heavens. My thoughts connect to a world. The clouds are my eyes and the rain is my thoughts. When I roared in the rain that day, I could already cover the entire eastern heaven with my spirit sense without using the power of the black cat. Today, it is naturally easier for me to do this. My thoughts span a world, my thoughts span a world. Ning Fan's spirit sense seemed to have merged with the entire starry sky of the eastern heaven. At this moment, he had merged with the black cat. Naturally, the black cat could also see what he saw. The black cat could not search for the location of the sacrificial tool in the entire eastern heaven, but Ning Fan could help her. It's not here. It's also not here, Godly Void Pavilion, Slaughter Palace, Extreme Lightning Palace, Thousand-Year Sect, Medicine Sect. The black cat spirit sense had merged with Ning Fan's spirit sense and the rain. It scanned the starry sky one after another, but it still could not find the location of the sacrificial tool. Pill Sect, Dan Xia Planet. In the main hall, the sect master of the Pill Sect was receiving guests. In recent days, many old monsters of the Eastern Heaven had accepted his invitation and came to the Pill sect with the intention of joining the Anti-Ning alliance. However, there were also many old monsters who were still observing or were still on their way to the Pill sect. After exchanging some pleasantries, the sect master summoned his disciples to send the guests who had come from afar to rest. The meeting will be held in 20 days. Once the alliance is established, this old man will no longer need to be afraid of that kid Ning Fan. Among the 4 immortal venerables that I have invited, the old ancestor of the Sun family has already arrived. The old ancestor of the Wang family is also on his way. Old ancestor Han thinks that the reward is too little. If this old man increases the reward, I can also invite him. Only old ancestor Wu. This old ancestor Wu, why hasn't he given me a definite answer until now? Forget it. Even if he doesn't come, this old man still has 3 immortal venerables on my side, especially that old ancestor Han. It is said that he has already broken through to the second tribulation of eternity. When he thought of the powerful lineup of the alliance, the sect master of the Pill sect felt relieved. Who would have thought that in just 100 years, that kid Ning Fan could actually reach this step today and possess the terrifying cultivation base to kill old ancestor De Yun? Unfortunately, he was just a grasshopper after all. He would not be able to jump for long. Just as the sect master of the Pill sect was sneering, he suddenly shuddered for no reason. Only then did he realize that it was raining heavily outside the main hall. This rain actually stretches across the starry sky without an end. I really don't know which senior displayed this ability. It's really unimaginable. The sect master of the Pill sect clicked his tongue and sighed. Then, he continued to arrange the matters of the alliance. However, he did not know that everything he did was within Ning Fan's perception. Pill sect, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not miss the Pill sect alliance meeting that was going to take place 20 days later. He would definitely capture all of his enemies in one fell swoop. In the blue snow region of the Eastern Heaven, heavy snow fell all year round in the starry sky. On this day, the snow suddenly turned into rain. Right at this moment, a huge snow gate suddenly appeared out of thin air in the snow region. When the snow gate opened, an unruly old man who was topless and wearing a skirt made of animal skin walked out from it. His muscles were bulging and his entire body was filled with explosive strength. Behind the old man was a woman who was holding an umbrella and wearing a feather cloak. Strange. Why did the snow formation of my southern race suddenly rain? Did some old monster change the weather? Also, I don't know why, but there is a trace of chi in this rain that makes my heart skip a beat. The old man was imposing without being angry. There was actually the chi of a first-level quasi-saint around him. Only a few people knew that this old man was the old ancestor of the barbarian tribe of the southern race, Gu, Plague, Shaman and barbarian tribes, Tashur. Old ancestor, you must be joking. With your cultivation base, you will only feel fear when facing an ancient great cultivator. This rain doesn't have any destructive power. Why would it make your heart skip a beat? Perhaps, this rain is caused by that old fart of the dark race. Humph. That might not be the case in the current world. The old man frowned and said. Old fart of the dark race. The woman was puzzled. You are the saintess of my race. Now that you have broken through to the immemorial realm, it's time for you to know some secrets. Sigh. Forget it. These things can't be explained in a few words. Wait for that old man Nan Tianhua to come out of seclusion and he will tell you personally. I wonder if that young man from the Zhao family can successfully invite that immortal Lord of Rain over. I still can't trust Lu Feng's words. How can this immortal Lord of Rain be the same person as that ancient great cultivator who swept across the desolate wilderness? If he isn't. The old man harumphed coldly. This sentence was transmitted through telepathy, causing the woman to frown slightly. Immortal Lord of Rain, Ning Fan, Ancient Great Cultivator, Zhao Jian, they are most likely not the same person. If Immortal Lord of Rain really has the cultivation base of an Ancient Great Cultivator, why would he be so afraid of the dark race? Fine. I better handle this matter carefully. There is actually an entrance to the southern race hidden in this southern blue snow region, and what those two said just now. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the quasi-saint old man's words, there is an old fart in the dark race who is comparable to an ancient great cultivator. As for the telepathy after that, he couldn't hear it, the rain was still pattering down. Within the 3,000 thunder realms, in a certain 6th grade thunder realm, a green-robed old man raised his head to look at the drizzle. His right hand was fiddling with a compass with 3 eyes drawn on it. His every action seemed to be deducing something. 94. Business is not yet peaceful, illness is happy. Looks like that lord you won't be moved so easily. Sigh, for the sake of that girl, he might have to lower his head to Yujun. Whether he is Zhao Jian or not, this matter is still unknown. It is hard to tell whether it is good or bad. Even if he is not. Sigh. Everything is within this old man's calculations. However, when it comes to this child, this old man's calculations were not thorough enough. I didn't expect that in this world, there would actually be someone that I, Chongming Phoenix Emperor, couldn't calculate. The green-robed old man did not notice anything strange about the rainwater. Ning Fan also did not pay attention to him. He just scanned him with his spirit sense and left. Isn't it in the Supreme Lightning Palace either? Ning Fan asked in his mind. He deliberately spread out his spirit sense towards the direction of the great forces. His consideration was that if the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact really existed, it was highly likely that it was in the hands of the great forces. No, it's not here. It's not there either. It's not here either. The black cat's breathing became a little hurried. She was using Ning Fan's ability to spy on the entire eastern heaven with her spirit sense. However, she was somewhat unable to bear the burden brought by such spying. Ning Fan's expression, however, remained calm. He had already gotten used to the huge consumption of his rain technique. Today, he had even cultivated the wood yin-yang technique. The advantage of the wood technique was that it could grow and multiply endlessly. Even if he did not actively replenish his magic power, the magic power in his body would recover at an astonishing speed. If he were to fight against an immortal venerable of the same level, he was afraid that there were not many who could last longer than him. I found it. The black cat suddenly said in surprise. Following the direction of the black cat's spirit sense, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense. His eyes then turned solemn. Extreme Pill Sacred Region. The direction that the black cat pointed out was actually facing the entrance of the Extreme Pill Sacred Region. Could it be, the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact that the little cat sensed is actually in the Extreme Pill Sacred Region? Ning Fan frowned. If that was the case, everything would return to the starting point. He still had to go to the Extreme Pill Sacred Region, whether it was for the possible heaven-opening spiritual herbs or, for the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact. It's raining again, in the Extreme Pill Divine City of the Primal Core Star region. The Primal Core Great Emperor was originally in seclusion. When he sensed the rain covering the starry sky outside, he could not help but frown. He was a pill devil who possessed the power of a medicine soul. His senses were much sharper than ordinary people. He kept having the feeling that someone was spying on the Extreme Pill Divine City through the rain. Is it just an illusion? That Lord Yu is the successor of the ancient Chaos clan. The Yin-Yang locket is most probably with him. The Yin-Yang locket. Hee. There should be the key to the passage to the sacred region in this locket. It can lead directly to the heaven-desolate ancient realm and head to the true world. According to the ancient records, this key can only be obtained by saints. This stone door is also equivalent to a wasted door. It won't attract the attention of the human race and the demon race at all. However, I don't believe it. I have a treasure in my hands. According to the ancient records, it should be able to ignore the rules and take out the key from the yin-yang locket. The primal core great emperor flipped his hand and took out an ancient fossil. It looked like amber, but at the same time, it did not. Inside the transparent fossil was a butterfly's wing. This wing seemed to be the left wing. The incision was neat, as if it was directly cut off by a sharp blade. On the surface, this butterfly wing looked ordinary, like the wings of an ordinary butterfly. The only difference was that the incision of this butterfly wing revealed a soul-stirring sword intent. What a frightening sword intent! Even with the cultivation base of the primal core great emperor and immortal emperor realm, when facing this sword intent, they still felt a chill down their spines. It was imaginable how peerless the expert who left behind this sword intent was. After so many years, just a trace of remnant sword intent was enough to make a dignified immortal emperor feel terrified. With another flip of his hand, he kept the fossil. No one knew about all of this. Even Ning Fan did not know that the primal core great emperor had looked through this thing when he was in seclusion. Who asked him to hide in the stone room? After confirming the location of the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact, Ning Fan had no choice but to seriously formulate his current plan. Ning Fan must go to the extreme pill sacred region. It's time to inform the Thousand Autumns sect and gather more information about it. I also need to inform the Six Desires sect so that we can gather information together. Ning Fan had already deactivated his rain technique. However, with a single thought in his mind, it began to drizzle outside the Six Desires sect and the Thousand Autumns sect at the same time without any warning. In the drizzle, Ning Fan's voice was transmitted directly to the subordinates of the two sects. He could actually transmit his voice to the entire heavenly connection realm regardless of the distance. Moreover, it only reigned within the territories of the two sects. Ning Fan's rain technique was actually exquisite to such an extent that he could connect to an entire realm with his thoughts. This is, the sect master's voice transmission. From which distance did the sect master transmit his voice to us? The subordinates of Du Zhen in the Six Desires sect were all frightened by Ning Fan's means. 100 years ago, they served Ning Fan as their master. 100 years later, Ning Fan returned to the Eastern Heaven in a powerful manner and ordered them to gather information about the extreme pill sacred region. How would they dare to disobey? Compared to the Six Desires sect, the subordinates of the Thousand Autumns sect were much calmer. After all, they had already witnessed Ning Fan's strength with their own eyes. Ning Fan originally only had two purposes for coming to the Wooden Island. One was to repair the god-destroying shield and ask Mu Song for help. Now that he had achieved both of his purposes, he planned to leave the Wooden Island after dealing with the last few spoils of war. After asking around, Ning Fan found out that the 3 500-colored light balls were the clan luck that the Black Cat had obtained from the Dao Carp clan. Ning Fan did not know much about the clan luck and he could not use it to increase his own luck. He could only use it to increase the luck of a sect or a clan. When Ning Fan returns to the Thousand Autumns sect and uses it, he could increase the luck of the sect by 1,500 colors in a short period of time. Of course, this luck could also be added to other forces. Ning Fan had not experienced the benefits of the clan luck yet. Hence, he did not put it to heart. What he cared about was the 5 quasi-sacred carp eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The reason why Taoist Mu Song was so respectful seemed to be because he could not open his eyes, which disappointed Mu Song. According to Mu Song's tone, he was implying that he was inferior to Sun Luo, Ning Fan had been cultivating for many years. His heart was as firm as a rock. He did not care whether his aptitude was higher or lower than Sun Luo. He also did not care about Mu Song's opinion. Aptitude could not decide everything. Besides, Ning Fan had a vague feeling that the reason why he could not open his eyes was not because he did not have enough aptitude. More importantly, it was because he was suppressed by an external force. I am clearly already at the second level of the celestial being realm. However, I can't open my eyes in the painting world like Mu Song and Sun Luo. After entering the painting world, I even fell into the dream world 60 times. If it wasn't because I sensed karma, I would have almost been unable to break free from the endless dream world. Karma is the reason why I walked out of the painting world. At the same time, it is also what I suspect. Before I entered the painting world, the yin-yang locket in my body clearly vibrated and resonated with something in the painting world. However, after I entered the painting world, that feeling did not appear again. It was as if there was a force that forcibly cut off the connection between that mysterious object and the yin-yang locket. Since the feeling lasted for a lifetime, there naturally would be karma. There is karma between that mysterious object and the yin-yang locket. However, after I entered the painting world, I only found the 60 instances of karma between me and Carp 4. I did not find the karma between the yin-yang locket and that mysterious object. The moment I stepped into the painting world, the karma that affected the yin-yang locket was cut off. I don't know if it was done by someone or for some other reason. The thing that resonated with me might be the yin-yang locket itself. Perhaps it isn't. When Ning Fan recalled the sound of water dripping and the mysterious woman's voice, he felt as if there was a huge rock pressing on his heart, suffocating him. What is the origin of the owner of that voice? Everything in the painting world was a dream. Was that voice his dream or the dream of the Carp generals? If I open my eyes after entering the painting world, would I be able to find out where that voice came from? Open my eyes. Open my eyes. If I open my eyes, I might be able to clear up the doubts in my heart. Ning Fan went into the profound Yin world and took out the first eyeball from the cave dwelling in the western profound Yin world. The eyeball that he gave to Mu Song was Carp 4's left eye. This eyeball was Carp 4's right eye. He placed both of his palms flat and placed the carp eye in the center of his palms. He could feel that there was an extreme yang power in this carp eye that was strong enough to burn a world. That should be the thing that Taoist Mu Song coveted. According to Mu Song, there are 4 types of methods to take an eye, 7 types of methods to nourish an eye and 12 types of methods to devour an eye. Cutting a carp to take the eye is a bad method. It will damage the sceneries in the carp eye. In order to restore the sceneries and the 7 types of sceneries, I must nourish the carp eye carefully and then devour the eye. Green light shone from Ning Fan's palms. He was using an endless amount of wood magic power to repair the carp eye in his palms. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Fan suddenly flipped his hand and tossed the carp eye high up into the air. Then, he performed countless hand seals on the carp eye. The ordinary-looking carp eye suddenly sprouted like a seed and bloomed into a flower. In just 10 breaths' time, it completely bloomed and turned into a white lotus. According to Senior Mu Song, this lotus is formed from the extreme yang power in the carp eye. Once it turns into a lotus, it can only survive for 12 breaths' time. If I can't devour this lotus within 12 breaths' time, the lotus will wither and the carp eye will be destroyed. Ning Fan's eyes became extremely serious. He activated the power of the yin-yang locket in his dantian to its maximum and summoned the yin-yang square seal to protect himself. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the white lotus. All of a sudden, the white lotus turned into a ray of scorching white light and was swallowed by Ning Fan. All of a sudden, he felt a burning pain in his abdomen, as if he had swallowed a soldering iron. This was the extreme yang power in the carp eye. Only the people of the yang world could safely absorb it. If the people of the yin world tried to absorb it by force, it would be extremely dangerous. Even though he had the yin-yang locket and the yin-yang square seal to protect himself, Ning Fan still felt unbearable pain. However, he did not care about the pain and absorbed the extreme yang power madly. Ning Fan ignored the burning pain in his body. He only wanted to devour the white lotus within 12 breaths' time. For that, he did not hesitate to pay a small price. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 9 breaths. If Mu Song knew that Ning Fan only used 9 breaths to devour the first white lotus, he would certainly be shocked. One should know that even Mu Song used 11 breaths to devour the Yang Ai white lotus for the first time. Moreover, his internal organs were directly burned by the extreme yang power in the lotus. Of course, that was because Mu Song lacked a protective magical treasure. When he devoured the Yang Ai white lotus for the second time, he forged the yin-yang square seal to restrain the extreme yang power of the lotus seed. Ning Fan was different. Not only did he obtain Mu Song's yin-yang locket, but he also had the chaotic ancient emperor treasure, the yin-yang locket. He also had a ruthless nature. Therefore, he used less time than Mu Song. As soon as he devoured the extreme yang power, the scenery in front of him was instantly washed away like a layer of water, revealing a different scenery. The scenery in the profound Yin world disappeared from Ning Fan's eyes. He was clearly still sitting in the profound Yin world. In the black cat's eyes, Ning Fan was indeed still sitting there. However, the black cat could not see the scenery that Ning Fan saw. It was as if he was in another time and space. Is this the scenery that Senior Mu Song mentioned? Unfortunately, this is not my scenery. It's what Carp 4 saw before. The scenery that Ning Fan saw was a boundless desert. In the middle of the desert, there was a burly man who was dressed like a member of the western regions. He was lying on the sand and was on the verge of death under the scorching sun. Thirsty. I'm so thirsty, if there is an afterlife. I want to be a fish and live in the water for the rest of my life. That way, I won't die of thirst. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he immediately saw 2 karma lines on the burly man's body. It was unknown what they connected the burly man to, 2 karma lines. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, after 3 breaths, the scenery disappeared as if it was washed by water. The scenery of the profound Yin world reappeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. Is this the scenery in Carp 4's eyes? What does this scenery mean? Unfortunately, Carp 4 had given his left eye to Mu Song. He did not know that the scenery in his left eye and right eye were different. Drip. 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 After consuming one of the carp eyes, Ning Fan suddenly heard the sound of water dripping in his ears again. Right after that, it was the voice of that woman. Little butterfly, stop sleeping. Wake up quickly. Little butterfly, stop sleeping. Stop sleeping. If you continue sleeping, you won't be able to make it in time for the ancient desolate mountain's morning moon that occurs once every 10 years, morning moon. What is that? Ning Fan pondered for a moment and consumed one of the carp eyes. Not only did he see Carp 4's scenery, but he also heard another sentence. However, he did not know what the meaning behind it was. The voice of that woman was getting closer and closer. It was as if she was about to appear in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He wondered if this woman who was calling him was the scenery after he opened his eyes. It seems like I'm one step closer to opening my eyes. If I continue to consume the carp eyes, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Ning Fan heard the sound of chains for the first time. He did not know where the sound came from. As soon as the sound of chains rang, the slight feeling that Ning Fan had of opening his eyes suddenly disappeared. The sound of chains was clearly preventing him from opening his eyes. Chapter 979. What kind of power is preventing me from opening my eyes? The sound of the chains clashing gradually disappeared. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. The moment the sound of the chains clashing rang out, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by towering waves. If he wasn't careful, he would drown in the ocean. There was a will within the chains, the will of the heavens. It was as if he went against this will, his Tao, his everything, would be erased by the will of the heavens. It was the will of the heavens that rejected his Tao. Adherence to the Tao. The people of the Yin world couldn't open their eyes because they couldn't obtain the approval of the heavens. The heavens didn't allow the people of the Yin world to see the scenery of the Yang world. Only the lucky Yin world people who obtained the approval of the heavens and had sufficient talent could open their eyes. Initially, Ning Fan did not know about this, but now, he had a guess. Could it be that the reason why he couldn't open his eyes wasn't because he didn't have enough aptitude, but because he cultivated Tao persistence, which was not tolerated by the heavens and earth? Du Zhen, shedding void, thought shattering. Each of the three realms of the true immortal realm required the cultivator to give up the obsession in his heart. Cultivators needed to abandon the mortal world in order to embark on the path of immortality. Buddhist cultivators should not have any obsessions in their hearts. If they did, they would enter a demonic barrier. Every single aspect of cultivation requires one to discard one's obsession. However, Ning Fan was unwilling to do so. Instead, he chose the Tao of reluctance. Heaven asked cultivators to let go of their obsessions. That was why there were no true bridges on the true illusion river that belonged to Tao enforcers. If the people of the Yin world were existences that were not recognized, then the people of the Yin world who cultivated the Tao were unprecedentedly not recognized. It was naturally extremely difficult for them to open their eyes. If that's the case, it's not surprising that I can't open my eyes. Is it because the heavens don't approve of it? From the looks of it, in order to open one's eyes, one must first obtain the recognition of the heavens as much as possible. It was no wonder that Taoist Mu Song insisted on cultivating the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was an existence recognized by the heavens. What he sought was most likely the approval of the heavens to reduce the difficulty of opening his eyes. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He possessed the cultivation base of 4 elements. Other than the tribulation sense cultivation base, the other 3 elements belonged to the power that heaven and earth did not recognize. As for his Tao, it was an anomaly that was rejected by the world. If it were Mu Song, he would most likely give up his cultivation of the 3 elements of God, Yao, and Devil in order to obtain the approval of the heavens. He would give up on the Tao and follow the will of the heavens. In this way, the difficulty of opening his eyes would be reduced and he would be able to walk step by step from Yin to Yang. However, Ning Fan was not Mu Song. He would not give up his Tao just to open his eyes. The heavens don't approve. What if I have to go against the will of the heavens and force my eyes open? Ning Fan turned his hand and took out Li San's left eye. Just like what he did before, he made the eye turn into a lotus flower and swallowed it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 8 breaths. With the experience of swallowing the white lotus the first time, he only used 8 breaths to absorb a trace of extreme yang from the white lotus this time. Before his eyes, the world seemed to have been washed, and then another scene appeared. This scene was what Li San saw when he opened his eyes, and it remained in his left eye until now. In the image, it was a village with mountains on one side and a river on the other. The population of the village was not large, and beside a small river at the entrance of the village, there was a bald old man fishing by the river. Beside him was a bamboo basket. There were already a few fishes caught in the bamboo basket. The old man looked at the river with eyes as deep as the starry sky. Today, people fish, but in the future, the heavens fish for me. This is karma. The old man suddenly let out a sigh. When he let out this sigh, 2 more karma scenes appeared on his body at the same time, as if they were guiding 2 completely different paths. Today, people fish, but in the future, the heavens fish for me. Ning Fan muttered to himself. This sentence fully explained the law of karma and samsara. Speaking of which, the scene in Li San's left eye was a man who died of thirst in the desert. Before he died, he longed to be reincarnated as a fish in his next life. The scene in Li San's left eye was the scene of the old man fishing. Come to think of it, the scenes that both of them saw seemed to be related to fish. Karma. Could it be? Ning Fan had a guess in his mind, but he was not completely sure. Similar to the scene he saw when he took the lotus for the first time, the scene this time also only lasted for 3 breaths before disappearing. When he finished watching the second scene, the mysterious dripping sound of water resounded again. Then, it was followed by the woman's call. Each call sounded as if it was right beside his ears. After that, it was the sound of the chains clashing against each other, trying to stop Ning Fan from opening his eyes. He still could not open his eyes. However, this time, after the sound of the chains, Ning Fan actually heard some other sounds. It seemed to be the voices of 2 children conversing. Obviously, it was not useless for him to keep consuming the carp's eye. There was still some use for it. This woman has a strong heart. Unfortunately, the great Tao is merciless. I'm afraid that she will have to wait for nothing. We, the Tao children of the holy sect, have been guarding this snow valley for countless years. However, we have never seen the souls of the dead of the snow valley of the mortal grade return to the true world. This woman has waited for 42 cycles of samsara. Her physical body has turned into ashes and her spiritual sense has turned into green smoke. However, her infatuation is still there. I really don't know what kind of person could make her yearn for him so much. This was the voice of one of the children. It's hard to wake the dead, let alone a dead person without any immortal foundation. This snow valley is a mortal grade. The owner of this coffin is naturally immortal. It's very difficult to return to the true world. I heard from Master that the living being sealed in this coffin is not a human but a butterfly from the mortal world. This butterfly does not have any cultivation base. However, Master said that this butterfly had committed a serious crime with its mortal body. It angered that existence in the ancient desolate mountain and was killed by that existence with the 3rd son of the desolate sword. TSK. A mere mortal butterfly actually attracted the attention of an immortal sovereign and was even killed by the 3rd son of the desolate sword. Do you believe this? Master also said that in the end, even that existence in the Purple Mountain Do Hai took action and took back the body of this butterfly from the 3rd son of the desolate mountain Do Hai. If it wasn't for that, this butterfly would probably not even have ashes left. This was the voice of another child. Master is really old and muddle-headed. What right does a mortal butterfly have to be killed by a 4th step immortal sovereign? What right does it have to be saved by another immortal sovereign? If it's the legendary 9 butterflies of the vast expanse, it might still be possible. But it's just a mortal butterfly. Hee hee. Anyway, this is something that happened 42 cycles ago. It's too long ago. Who knows if it's true or not? Moreover, since Master said this, it's even more unbelievable. It's most likely false. Who doesn't know that our Master is a cultivator of the Hongjun sacred sect who loves to talk nonsense the most? If it wasn't because he loved to talk nonsense too much and offended the Hongjun of this generation, he wouldn't have been punished to the Snow Valley to reflect on his mistakes. By following such a master, even we can't raise our heads in front of our senior and junior brothers. That's right. I really regret having such a master. Just the day before yesterday, Master still said, there is a type of living being in this world whose strength lies in its ordinariness and ordinariness. It's because ordinariness and ordinariness are the Yin side of immortals. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, even though Yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. Yin or Yang, which one is superior to the other? Sigh. Master is already hopeless. A mortal can kill an immortal. Cough cough. A mortal does not have any cultivation base. What right does he have to kill an immortal? In my opinion, Master has read too many books in his life and he has damaged his brain. Master even said. That was the end of the voice. The 2 children seemed to be still talking about their master. However, Ning Fan could not hear the rest of their conversation. Ning Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The things he heard this time seemed to be quite extraordinary. Hongjun Sacred Sect. Snow Valley. Women. 42 Reincarnations. Butterfly. Ancient desolate mountain. The third son of the desolate sword. Purple mountain battle ocean. The conversation between the two children seemed to be related to extremely terrifying secrets. Even if Ning Fan could not understand the specific meaning of their conversation, he could guess that these words were not ordinary. It was definitely not something that the cultivators of the illusory world could say. Is this a conversation between the people of the illusory world? Could it be that the butterfly was referring to me? Or perhaps it was referring to something else. What kind of place is the Snow Valley? What does the Hongjun holy sect refer to? Why would he, Ning Fan, know about these secrets? Could it be that the conversation between the two children was part of the scene that he saw after he opened his eyes? Karma. Karma. Could it be, what Ning Fan was especially concerned about was the last sentence that the two children said? Master also said that there is a type of living being in this world whose strength lies in its ordinariness and ordinariness. Because ordinariness and ordinariness are the Yin side of immortals. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, even though Yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. Mortals were Yin while immortals were Yang. This was also the correspondence between Yin and Yang. All Yin and Yang things in the world could go against each other. This was the conclusion that Ning Fan had obtained after cultivating the great Tao of Yin and Yang for many years. Fire could boil water dry while water could also extinguish fire. The Yin side and the Yang side might not necessarily be superior to each other. What the master of the two children said made a lot of sense. If a mortal resides in Yin while an immortal resides in Yang, a mortal with extreme Yin can also kill Yang. Theoretically, it was true. However, when people first heard it, they would feel that it was ridiculous. A mortal can kill an immortal. Can a mortal really kill an immortal? Somehow, when he thought of this question, Ning Fan recalled the scene in the ancient heavenly court where the butterfly's wings destroyed the eye of the palm of love in his previous life. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, even though Yang cannot resist it, a mortal can kill an immortal. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, this sentence kept resounding in Ning Fan's mind. It completely swept away the slight waver in his Tao heart after he met Mu Song. When he saw that Mu Song and Sun Luo could open their eyes but he could not, it was not that he did not doubt his own aptitude. When he saw that Mu Song could open his eyes and see the scenery of the Yang world but he could not, he did feel regretful. When he saw that the heavens will prevented him from opening his eyes, he did feel resentful and wanted to fight against the heaven. However, this resentment was extinguished when he heard this sentence. If a mortal can possess extreme Yin, Ning Fan seemed to have seen a brand new path of cultivation. A path that was different from all the cultivators in the illusory world. The illusory world was the Yin side of the three great true worlds. The cultivators in the illusory world were the citizens of the Yin world. The only way out was to follow the will of the heaven and cultivate step by step from Yin to Yang. Step by step, they would become a citizen of the true world. In order to attain the third step, this was certainly the path that the citizens of the Yin world must take. However, what if Ning Fan did not take this path? If he insisted on walking in the Yin world and living in the Yin world, what would happen if he walked all the way to the extreme Yin world? What if he insisted on not opening his eyes and continued walking on this path with his eyes closed? If he opened his eyes, it would be a path. If he closed his eyes, it would also be a path. I really want to know what kind of expert the master that the two children mentioned is. Just a few words from him could make me feel enlightened all of a sudden. He certainly isn't an ordinary person. Ning Fan thought to himself. The sound of dripping water, the woman's call and the conversation between the two children are highly likely to be part of the scene after I open my eyes. Even though I haven't opened my eyes yet, I can hear more and more voices. Does this mean that the more carp eyes I devour, the closer I will be to opening my eyes? Let's see what kind of effect there will be after I consume the third carp eye. Ning Fan did what he did before and consumed the third carp eye. It was Li San's right eye. This time, what appeared in front of him was still the scene of the old man fishing. It turned out that the scenes contained in Li San's left and right eyes were the same. However, the perspective was different. The perspective of Li San's left eye was the old man fishing, while the perspective of his right eye was the fish in the river. When Ning Fan saw the old man fishing again and heard the old man saying, "If I fish today, the heavens will fish me in the future again," Ning Fan's feeling was different from before. Ning Fan's eyes became blank for a moment. For a moment, he actually felt that he had merged into the scene and became the old man fishing, looking at the fish in the river with a complicated expression. At the same time, he also felt like he had become the fish that the old man had caught and was struggling desperately on the hook. In just 3 breaths of time, he seemed to have experienced the life of the old man fishing and also the life of the fish in an instant. After 3 breaths of time, the scene disappeared. Ning Fan was still sitting there blankly. His eyes were flashing with green light. He seemed to have been possessed by a devil. It was as if he could not distinguish whether he was the old man fishing or the fish or both of them at the same time. The feeling of enlightenment became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, Ning Fan suddenly woke up from the devil's trance and came to a realization. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his heart was still pounding. What happened to him just now? Wait. Why are there carp scales on the back of my hand? Ning Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he realize that in just a few breaths of time, a trace of power of the Dao carp lineage had appeared in his body. With just a thought, fish scales appeared on his body. With another thought, all the fish scales returned to his body. Why is there an additional power of the Dao carp lineage in my body? Ning Fan's expression became extremely solemn. He realized that the additional power of the Dao carp lineage was fusing with the demon blood in his body, causing a new type of demon carp blood to gradually appear in his demon blood. The blood of the demon carp was very thin, but it really existed. The Dao Hun clan and the demon race had a corresponding relationship of yin and yang. Their powers could devour and fuse with each other under certain conditions. As the additional Dao carp lineage was too weak, it was assimilated by Ning Fan's demon blood and turned into his demon blood. This demon blood of the carp lineage is very thin, but it actually contains a trace of the power of the palm realm. Ning Fan carefully sensed the additional bloodline of the carp lineage in his body. There's no mistake. This trace of bloodline does indeed contain the power of the palm realm. After consuming the carp eye and seeing the scene after opening its eyes, Ning Fan could actually cultivate a trace of the power of the palm realm. This was really unbelievable. It seems like the method of opening the eyes that Taoist Mu Song mentioned is true. This method can really help cultivators cultivate the void realm of the palm realm. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan could not understand. He did not gain any benefits from consuming Li Si's single eyeball. When he consumed Li San's left eye, he also did not gain any benefits. However, after consuming his right eye, he gained some benefits. Why was that? Could it be that I have to consume both eyeballs at the same time in order to gain any benefits? No. That's definitely not the case. Didn't you see how happy Mu Song was when he obtained a single carp eye? From this, I can tell that even if I only have a single carp eye, I can still gain some benefits. After consuming Li San's left eye, the scene I see is the old fisherman's point of view, while the scene in my right eye is the fish's point of view. The old fisherman and the fish. 2 karmic ties. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and recalled the scene in Li San's eye. It was as if he had once again become the old fisherman and the fish. Today, people fish, but tomorrow, the heavens fish me. These words kept echoing in Ning Fan's ears. Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his eyes as if he had understood something. That old man was not fishing for a fish. He was fishing for himself. This strange thought suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's mind and he could not get rid of it anymore. This old man was fishing for himself. He was fishing for him to become a fish in his next life and meet with him in his next life. This scene seemed to contain a profound understanding of the great Tao. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he could only give up on it. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan was sure of. The benefit he obtained from the carp's blood was definitely related to the feeling of being a fisherman and sometimes being a fish. Swallowing the carp eye is to see the scene of others. If I can comprehend it, I will be able to gain some benefits from it. However, this kind of benefit is still incomparable to the benefit I get from opening my eyes and looking at my own scenery. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate my own void mastery realm based on the scenery of others. I'm a persistent cultivator. It's harder for me to open my eyes compared to others. Fortunately, I have swallowed the extreme yang in 3 carp eyes. I'm already much closer to truly opening my eyes. If there's enough extreme yang, I have the confidence to forcefully open my eyes even if the sound of the chains stops me. I just don't know how much extreme yang I need to truly open my eyes. Ning Fan turned his hand and took out the 4th eyeball. He swallowed it according to the method he used before. It was Li Er's left eye. After that, he swallowed Li Er's right eye. The scene in Li Er's left eye was a temple. There was a water vat in the temple and a monk was feeding the carp in the water vat. The scene in Li Er's right eye was the same as his left eye. However, the perspective was different. One was the monk's perspective while the other was the carp's perspective in the water vat. At a certain moment, the monk even exchanged glances with the carp in the water vat. At that moment, Ning Fan had an extremely strong feeling. The monk wasn't looking at the carp but himself. As expected, after experiencing the monk's perspective and the carp's perspective respectively, Ning Fan once again cultivated a trace of the carp clan's demon blood in his body. Even though the bloodline was thin, it still contained a trace of Palm Realm power. No one should underestimate this trace of bloodline. After all, Ning Fan could cultivate 9 types of demon yin-yang qi. When the conditions are right in the future, he could just cultivate 1 carp yin-yang qi. For now, he didn't need to care about the carp clan's demon blood. There was only one thing that mattered the most to him right now, to open his eyes. After absorbing the extreme yang in the 4th carp eye, Ning Fan did not hear any more sounds. However, he saw the existence of the chains for the first time. Everything around him seemed to have turned into nothingness and no longer existed. Ning Fan was clearly still in the profound Yin world, but it was as if he was standing in a barren void. Above the void, there were 12 illusory stone bridges standing in front of him. When he absorbed the extreme yang in the 5th carp eye, those illusory stone bridges became solid in front of him. Each of the 12 stone bridges emitted a different divine light, giving people a vast and untouchable feeling of holiness. Can you see these stone bridges? Ning Fan asked the void next to him. In fact, it was not the void but the place where the black cat was lying. It was the profound Yin world. Black Devil doesn't understand. What stone bridges are there? The black cat yawned lazily. She did not see any stone bridges in this place. It was the scenery of another dimension. She could not see it but Ning Fan could. Is this a scenery that only I can see? Ning Fan thought to himself. Clang clang, the 12 stone bridges were connected from end to end. Ning Fan tried to fly towards the first stone bridge. As soon as he moved, he heard the sound of chains clashing. Gradually, dark red chains appeared on his body and bound him. The closer he got to the stone bridge, the tighter the chains bound him. They almost sank into his flesh. 100 zhang, 90 zhang, 80 zhang, even with Ning Fan's cultivation base that was comparable to an ancient immortal venerate, he could only fly to 70 zhang away from the stone bridge. If he gets any closer, his flesh would be crushed by the chains and he would be severely injured. The chains were not real. They were the images of the will of heaven which prevented Ning Fan from approaching the stone bridge. Back off. Back off. Back off. Residents of the Yin world, you have no right to ascend the origin bridge with your body to atone for your sins. On the body of the first stone bridge, a stone eye suddenly opened and stared at Ning Fan with indifference and mercilessness. It was the guardian of the origin bridge. Its true form existed in the three great true worlds. What appeared in front of Ning Fan was just a projection. If a cultivator opened his eyes and summoned this bridge, it would appear in the form of a projection. Ascending the origin bridge was a special benefit for the residents of the Yang world. They could obtain the blessing of heaven by ascending the bridge. The cultivators who opened their eyes for the first time could also see the projection of the origin bridge. Bridge god Gu Jiang felt very depressed. Which illusory world is this? I have no idea. There are hundreds of billions of illusory worlds. Who can remember where this place is? Who is this cultivator from the Yin world? I have no idea. I am the bridge god Gu Jiang. There is no way I would know a Yin cultivator from the illusory world. This young man seems to have never opened his eyes before. Why is there so much extreme yang in his body? The upper world actually sensed it and made me mistakenly think that someone in this world has opened his eyes again. That was why I eagerly sent my projection here. This young man has never truly opened his eyes. There is no doubt about it. If he opens his eyes, the extreme yang in his body will gradually transform into the breath of the true world, which is unique to the cultivators of the true world. Even if it is the first time he opens his eyes, a small amount of extreme yang will complete the transformation. However, this young man does not have the breath of the true world in his body at all. Humph. This time, I really made a huge mistake. A cultivator who has never opened his eyes actually deceived me into sending my projection here. Bridge god Gu Jiang felt that his intelligence had been greatly insulted. Besides, this young man has the Tao soul blood shackles on him. There is no doubt about it. Only cultivators who have committed the 10 great sins would be bound by these Tao soul blood shackles. It is the rejection of heaven. Judging from the number of these shackles, this young man has committed at least the 4th, 5th and 6th of the 10 great sins. The Dao Hun clan has set up a heavenly rule. Cultivating stubbornness is the 4th sin, consorting with demons is the 5th sin and refusing to accept the heavenly mandate is the 6th sin. I wonder which sin this young man has committed. No matter what, he is undoubtedly a sinner, humph. A sinner cannot be placed on the origin bridge. Bridge god Gu Jiang stared at Ning Fan coldly as if he was giving him a warning. He had already made a huge mistake by mistakenly sending down the projection of the origin bridge. If he lets another sinner on the bridge and this matter spreads out, he would be punished by the 3 upper sects and the Dao Hun clan. What is the origin bridge? What does it mean to be a sinner? Ning Fan was not angered by bridge god Gu Jiang's warning. Instead, he asked in a very calm manner. Humph. I am the bridge god of the origin bridge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to ask me questions? Gu Jiang said angrily. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. This bridge god seems to be a little too arrogant. The origin bridge and the bridge god in front of him were just projections. They were the product of the condensation of the Tao origin power. They were not real entities. They were somewhat similar to the Yin phoenix in the yin-yang square seal. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to hurt this origin bridge or the projection of bridge god Gu Jiang. It was only because Gu Jiang saw that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high that he dared to be arrogant. After making such a huge mistake, Gu Jiang was already in a bad mood. He wished that he could immediately return to the true world. However, every time he sent a projection, he would need to wait for 1 hour before he could retract it. If a cultivator who had opened his eyes stepped onto the bridge within this 1 hour, he would have completed his task and he would be able to get some merit points when he returns. However, the person who summoned the projection of the origin bridge was a sinner who had not opened his eyes. He was a sinner who had not opened his eyes. Sending a projection to a cultivator who had not opened his eyes was considered a mistake. When he returns, he would have to deduct at least 500 merit points. That was 500 merit points. Gu Jiang's heart was bleeding. If he lets another sinner step onto the bridge, it would not be as simple as deducting 500 merit points. He would have to deduct at least 2,000 merit points. Humph. I must not let this sinner step onto the bridge. Gu Jiang did not have a good impression of Ning Fan at all. Thus, his tone was naturally as bad as possible. Since he knew that Ning Fan would not be able to hurt him, he naturally did not put him in his eyes. Just as he was about to withdraw his projection after 1 hour, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, causing his stone eyes to be filled with terror. At this moment, Ning Fan took out the memory-severing Dao sword and slightly raised the tip of the sword at the direction of the stone bridge. Logically speaking, that Dao sword was not a high-grade sword technique. However, Gu Jiang felt a sense of danger from it. There's no mistaking it. This sinner is using some kind of extremely terrifying sword technique. He can actually threaten the projection of my Dao origin with his immortal venerate cultivation base. Are you sure that I don't have the right to ask you questions? Ning Fan did not want to waste his breath on the bridge god anymore. If the bridge god still spoke arrogantly, he might as well kill him with a single slash. Gu Jiang was stunned by Ning Fan's straightforward and decisive style. It was his first time seeing such a rude and unreasonable cultivator of the Yin world who actually swung his sword at the bridge god of the true world in such a matter-of-fact manner. Speaking of which, what Gu Jiang sent down was just a projection. If the projection is destroyed, his true body would at most suffer some injuries. It would not be life-threatening. However, there was a rule from the higher-ups. As the lofty bridge god, if he is injured by a cultivator of the Yin world, it would be regarded as a disgrace to the Dao Hun clan and he would have to deduct at least 5,000 merit points. No way. How can I do this? Merit points are my lifeblood. How can I deduct it? Thus, the bridge god Gu Jiang changed his attitude from arrogance to humility. His tone instantly became amiable, as if he had just met his own father. Little sinner, ah no. My little friend from the Yin world, let's talk this out. Hee hee. Don't use your weapons. It will hurt our friendship. Isn't it just a few questions? Alright, alright. I'll answer them. I'll answer them. Thus, the bridge god Gu Jiang rambled on, telling Ning Fan all the information about the origin bridge. Of course, he did not mention a single thing that was related to the secrets of the true world. He had always been abiding by the rules set by the higher-ups. Seeing that Gu Jiang was tactful, Ning Fan kept his Dao sword and listened carefully. It was his first time hearing about the existence of the origin bridge in this world. Opening one's eyes was a path that must be taken in order to become a true saint. All cultivators who open their eyes are qualified to summon the projection of the origin bridge. However, even a true saint might not be able to walk through all 12 origin bridges. In fact, opening one's eyes was also divided into 12 levels. For example, Taoist Mu Song had already ascended the first origin bridge. The reason why he desired the eye of the Yang world so much was because he wanted to absorb the extreme Yang and ascend the second origin bridge as soon as possible. It was because only by ascending the first origin bridge could one break through to the second level quasi-saint realm. Only by ascending the second origin bridge could one break through to the third level quasi-saint realm. Even for cultivators who were not at the quasi-saint realm, ascending the origin bridge would also bring great benefits. For example, the benefit of ascending the first origin bridge was that it could help cultivators cultivate their own palm void realm bit by bit. If a cultivator can reach the end of the first origin bridge and take the 77th step, He could even break through the bottleneck of the second-level quasi-saint realm. I didn't expect that I would actually summon the projection of the origin bridge without opening my eyes. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He had a feeling that his luck had improved by more than just a little after subduing Old Wu. Old Wu was a star of calamity that would last for 10,000 years. If others get close to him, they would definitely be tainted with bad luck. Could it be that Ning Fan's luck would increase instead of decreasing when he gets close to him? Was it because he was a Fuli cultivator? Each origin bridge is 77 steps long, Yang Qi said. Every step I take will bring me great benefits. Others have to open their eyes to see the origin bridge. I, on the other hand, have the chance to ascend the bridge without opening my eyes. The only troublesome thing was that Ning Fan's body was bound by chains. It seemed like he was still a sinner who was not allowed to get close to the origin bridge by the great Tao. Currently, 70 zhang away from the first origin bridge was already Ning Fan's limit. If it was Mu Song, he might not be able to get any closer to the first origin bridge with his second-level quasi-saint realm cultivation base and the chains on him. If he goes all out, he should be able to move a few steps on the first origin bridge while wearing the chains. The projection of the origin bridge won't be wrong every time. I wonder if I will have such a chance the next time. Without these chains, with my current cultivation base, I would be able to walk the last 70 zhang and ascend the first origin bridge. As for how far I can walk on the bridge, I have no idea. It would be great if I don't have these chains. However, without these chains, Ning Fan would have probably opened his eyes the moment he entered the painting world with his innate potential. After opening his eyes, he could summon the projection of the origin bridge at any time. Then, ascending the bridge would not be considered as a rare opportunity. Forget it. I'll just carry the chains with me. With the God-exterminating shield, I should be able to offset some of the damage from the chains. Seeing Ning Fan mumbling to himself, the bridge god Gu Jiang muttered to himself. This brat is behaving strangely. Don't tell me he wants to climb the bridge. No, that's impossible. He has a lot of Dao soul blood chains on him. This number is enough to stop weaker second-rank quasi-sages from ascending the origin bridge. This brat must have. Before he could finish, something happened that made his jaw drop. The surface of Ning Fan's body suddenly shone with rays of golden light. He forcefully entered within 60 zhang of the origin bridge while enduring the damage inflicted by the Dao soul blood shackles. What a powerful protective magic treasure. It was at least a middle-grade connate dermic treasure. Otherwise, with this kid's cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to advance 600 feet. Middle-grade innate enchanted treasures were rare even in the three great true worlds. Gu Jiang was greatly surprised. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, it was really rare for him to possess a mid-grade innate magic treasure. However, 600 feet should be this child's limit, right? Just as Gu Jiang was thinking about that, he realized that Ning Fan had walked forward to 500 zhang, 400 zhang, 300 zhang, 300 feet. Could it be that this kid is using a high-grade connate dharma treasure? Gu Jiang's expression changed. Even he did not have a high-grade connate dharma treasure. Now, he was a little envious of Ning Fan's wealth. However, even if he has a high-grade connate dharma treasure, he would definitely stop at 300 zhang. Ning Fan continuously shortened the distance between him and the origin bridge. 200 zhang, 150 zhang. Even though the God-exterminating shield was a heaven-opening treasure, it was not a complete one after all. When it was 100 zhang away from the origin bridge, it could no longer completely negate the damage inflicted by the Dao soul blood shackles. If he continues to advance, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. 100 zhang. The weapon this kid is using must be a supreme-grade connate dharma treasure. Gu Jiang's eyes burned with passion. A supreme-grade connate dharma treasure was something that even saints desired. He did not expect that a mere venerated immortal of the illusory dream world would actually possess such a supreme treasure. It really made him jealous. Unfortunately, he was just a projection. He could not kill others and seize their treasures. Otherwise, he could. Sigh. What a pity. Forget it. Even if this kid has a supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasure, so what? His cultivation base is not high after all. If he wants to ascend the first bridge, he will definitely suffer severe injuries. He is a sinner after all. He mustn't ascend the bridge. Otherwise, 2,000 merit points will be deducted. Little friend, please wait. If you go any further, you will be heavily injured. The Tao Soul blood shackles were tools of torture formed from the will of the heavens and earth. Normally, they wouldn't cause any harm, but they wouldn't allow sinful cultivators to open their eyes and approach the origin bridge. So you can't. Gu Jiang was still trying his best to persuade Ning Fan, but Ning Fan completely ignored his advice. With a leap, he had already crossed the last 100 zhang and stepped onto the first bridge of the origin, standing on the first step. Bang! It was the sound of blood mist bursting out from Ning Fan's body. As expected, he was severely injured. Woo! The sound of a horn suddenly rang out around the origin bridge. Ah! It was Gu Jiang's cry of grief. The sinner ascended the bridge. Ah! 2,000 merit points flew away. Don't walk on the bridge, don't do that. Sir, you're a sinner. If you cross the bridge, I'll deduct 2,000 yuan. For every step you take, I'll deduct 500 yuan. Gu Jiang felt a little regretful, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. This sinner kid shouldn't have the ability to take a second step on the bridge. I don't think so. Woo! In the sky above the wooden island, the sound of a horn suddenly resounded. It was ancient and sorrowful. It reverberated between heaven and earth as if it was everywhere. No one could detect where the sound came from. As soon as the sound of the horn was heard, the entire wooden island began to snow. The temperature plummeted as if it had fallen into the middle of winter. Where did the sound of the horn come from? Old Wu and the other weaker experts could not understand why it was snowing all of a sudden. The weather recently was really strange. It rained one moment and then it snowed the next. Xiang Bozi was slightly shocked. The snowflakes that filled the sky were really shocking. Vaguely, there was a force that was enough to freeze the Tao origin power in his body. Fortunately, the sound of the horn did not have any evil intentions. Otherwise, even if he was a first-level quasi-sage, he would also be frozen into an ice sculpture by the sound of the horn. What kind of horn is this? What terrifying power! Could it be that some old monster of the eastern sky has obtained a new magic treasure and is testing its power? Xiang Bozi said in shock. No. This sound of the horn is not made by others. It's the sound of heaven. Mu Song said excitedly. The sound of heaven? What does it mean? Xiang Bozi was puzzled. It's literally what it means. Mu Song did not intend to explain further. His heart was filled with raging waves. It's actually the sound of the frozen horn. Who was the one who opened his eyes and caused the strange phenomenon of the origin bridge to ascend the first bridge of the origin? The sound of heaven is within the range of the wooden island. The person who caused the phenomenon must be nearby. Could it be? No. It's impossible. This young man clearly did not open his eyes. There is no trace of the qi of the true world in his body. However, who else could it be other than him? I've misjudged him. Even though Sun Luo opened his eyes in the past, he did not have the ability to ascend the first bridge of the origin. I also went through a lot of difficulties before I managed to ascend the first bridge of the origin. After that, after countless years, I only managed to take 14 steps on the first bridge. Out of the 77 steps on the first bridge, he only managed to take 14 steps. This was the gap between Mu Song and the third-level quasi-sage realm. If the person who ascended the bridge is really Ning Fan, then this young man's potential is unimaginable. Wudut, the sorrowful sound of the horn suddenly blew across the starry sea around the wooden island like the cold wind in midwinter. In an instant, it froze the entire starry sea into ice. At this moment, two cultivators, one old and one young, were approaching the wooden island. As soon as they saw the aura of the cold wind, their expressions changed slightly. The old one was the Plague King, LV1. His cultivation base was not as profound as Mu Song and Xiang Bozi. Thus, he could not feel the terror of the cold wind, which was enough to freeze the Tao origin power. The young man was dressed in red robes. He had cold brows and eagle-like eyes. His thin lips, which seemed a little harsh, were now wide open. It seemed that he was too shocked to say anything for a moment. Why is there the sound of the frozen horn on the wooden island? Old ancestor once said that only cultivators who have opened their eyes can cause the sound of heaven. Could it be that it was caused by Taoist Mu Song? This young man in red robes was the second young emperor of the barbarian tribe, one of the 4 tribes of the southern clan. With his identity in the southern clan, he had also heard of such secrets. Sure enough, this Mu Song has hidden his strength well. He cannot be underestimated. Since he can ascend the origin bridge, he is most likely a second-level quasi-sage. We must not offend this person during this trip. As for that Ning Fan. Humph. If he is really a great cultivator from the ancient times, I will naturally invite him to the southern clan politely. However, if he isn't. The young man in red robes smiled coldly. If Ning Fan is not a great cultivator from the ancient times, he would not be polite anymore. Impersonating a cultivator of the southern clan was a great crime. He would certainly not let him off lightly. When LV1 saw the cold expression on the young man's face, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Ning Fan. Inwardly, he prayed. "Oh, my sworn brother. I have asked you about it. You said that you have a way to deal with the people from the southern clan. Could it be that you are really a great cultivator from the ancient times? If you aren't. Sigh. This is really troublesome. It's really troublesome." Chapter 980. Ning Fan forcefully ascended the origin bridge despite suffering severe injuries. His white robes were covered in blood. He was injured by the blood shackles on his body. This was still the result of him having the protection of the God-exterminating shield. Without it, Ning Fan would probably have been killed by the soul blood shackles the moment he ascended the origin bridge. The sound of the bugle horn echoed in his ears. As soon as it sounded, a ray of white light suddenly flew out from the first step of the origin bridge under Ning Fan's feet and turned into a white lotus in front of him. It was obviously a snow-like lotus, but it had a terrifying temperature. That kind of temperature was not considered hot to the people of the Yang world. However, to the people of the Yin world, it was a heat that their lives could not touch. Extreme Yang. It was a white lotus that was filled with extreme Yang power. It was extremely similar to the white lotus formed by carp eyes. However, the extreme Yang power it contained was much more than carp eyes. What made Ning Fan especially surprised was that there were actually 2 lotus seeds on the white lotus. As soon as the lotus seeds appeared, the entire space trembled slightly as if it could not withstand the enormous energy contained in the lotus seeds. Bridge god Gu Jiang said before that if one ascends the origin bridge, he or she will receive a reward for every step he or she takes. Each of the 12 origin bridges has different rewards. The reward for the first bridge is a white lotus. There are also some people who are very lucky and obtained a white lotus with lotus seeds. The extreme yang in the white lotus can help cultivators to open their eyes further and obtain the recognition of heaven. The lotus seeds, on the other hand, have other uses. These lotus seeds have a name in the 3 great true worlds called the lotus seed of absolute beginning. It has the miraculous effect of helping cultivators cultivate to the void palm realm. However, according to what bridge god Gu Jiang said, even the luckiest cultivator from the true world will not be rewarded with a lotus seed for every step he or she takes. Moreover, they will only be rewarded with one seed at a time. Those who can obtain a lotus seed on the first step of the bridge are less than 1 in 10,000. When I first ascended the bridge, I was rewarded with a lotus seed. Moreover, I was rewarded with 2 seeds at a time. But why? Even though I am the sinful cultivator that Gu Jiang mentioned, the reward I obtained is actually more than the others. Ning Fan pondered for a while. What he did not know was that the so-called sinful cultivator was just an insulting title that the Dao Hun clan used to refer to the 10 types of cultivators. Ji Xiu was a 4th-tier cultivator at the Dao Hun clan rejected. The Dao Hun race was in charge of the heavens, so they issued orders on behalf of the heavens that forbade cultivators from approaching the origin bridge. In reality, the origin bridge didn't discriminate against cultivators trying to climb the bridge. In fact, it even welcomed cultivators trying to climb the bridge. The rewards they offered were also far more generous than other cultivators. This was probably the special benefit of being a tenacious cultivator. 2 absolute beginning lotus seeds. Could it be that this child is actually a Ji Xiu? Bridge god Gu Jiang had rich experience and guessed inwardly. Ning Fan did not immediately take the second step. Instead, he kept away the white lotus and lotus seeds that the origin bridge had rewarded him and refined them on the spot. The white lotuses and lotus seeds rewarded by the origin bridge could only exist for a short period of time. If they were not refined on the spot, they would vanish from the world, a waste. The refining process lasted for about a quarter of an hour. After refining the extreme yang in the white lotus, Ning Fan was still unable to break free from the shackles and opened his eyes. His extreme yang was still far from enough. On the other hand, the 2 absolute beginning lotus seeds were of greater help to him. After consuming the lotus seeds, the rain star point, battle star point, dark star point and the wood star point in his right eye emitted a burning sensation at the same time. After that, the power of the palm realm contained in the 4 types of yin and yang actually increased by more than a few times. This child actually has 4 types of palm realm power. Moreover, after consuming the lotus seeds, the power of each of them has reached 10 Ling Jun. All 4 types of palm realm power can be considered as having small success in the palm realm. Bridge god Gu Jiang was speechless. It was rare to see a cultivator with 4 types of palm realm power. Ling Jun was a quantifier in the 3 great true worlds. It could be used to determine the amount of palm realm power a cultivator possessed. If the power of a Dao law is cultivated to its limit, it would produce the power of a palm realm Dao law. If the power of a palm realm Dao law reaches 10 Ling Jun, it would be considered as having small success in the palm realm. If it reaches 100 Ling Jun, it would advance to the middle realm of the palm realm and 500 Ling Jun would be considered as having grand success in the palm realm. Theoretically, a cultivator would be able to cultivate the palm void realm starting from the middle realm of the palm realm. Only a great emperor who possessed the palm void realm could be considered as a great emperor of the palm realm. In the past, Ning Fan could barely exert a small amount of palm realm power by relying on the cultivation method of the chaotic loop art. The power of a single type of palm realm power contained within a single type of yin and yang was probably less than half Ling Jun. A single absolute beginning lotus seed could increase the power of a palm realm by 20 Ling Jun. 2 seeds would be 40 Ling Jun. When they were distributed among the 4 types of palm realm power, the power of each type of palm realm would increase by 10 Ling Jun. Unfortunately, the ancient god heart aperture could only increase the power of a spiritual item that could increase one's cultivation base. It had no effect on the absolute beginning lotus seed. Otherwise, Ning Fan could have gained even more power. Ning Fan had already heard about the classification of the small success, middle realm and grand success realm from Gu Jiang. Even though he did not have much of an understanding of the quantifier Ling Jun, he could roughly estimate that his 4 types of palm realm power had already reached the small success realm. Ning Fan turned his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. The 4 types of Palm Realm Dao laws coiled around the Dao sword. He stared at the Dao sword carefully and nodded to himself. By coiling 4 types of ordinary Dao laws, the power of the Dao sword would increase by more than a few times. Now, the Dao laws coiling around the Dao sword were even purer and contained a total of 40 Ling Jun of Palm Realm power. The power of this sword was at least 2 times stronger than before. The increase in the power of the Palm Realm did not increase Ning Fan's cultivation base. Instead, it significantly increased his combat power. Should I take the second step? Ning Fan only hesitated for a moment before he made up his mind. He took the second step on the first bridge of origin. More blood mist burst out from his body. The first bridge of origin itself had a force that prevented the cultivators from moving forward. It was like a test. If they could not withstand this force, they would be injured and find it hard to move forward. At this moment, this force overlapped with the power of the Dao Soul blood shackles on Ning Fan's body. It actually severely injured Ning Fan's primordial spirit in an instant, causing nearly 1/3 of his primordial spirit to fall into an illusion. Severe injuries. It was definitely severe injuries. To cultivators, injuries on the primordial spirit were far more difficult to heal than injuries on the physical body. This was the result of Ning Fan's primordial spirit being protected by the God-exterminating shield. If Ning Fan did not have the God-exterminating shield, Mu Song would also suffer a severe injury to his primordial spirit. Another 500 Ling Jun was deducted. This brat from the Yin world actually dares to take the second step. Does he not want to live anymore? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Dao Soul shackles? Bridge God Gu Jiang felt distressed. If Ning Fan took another step on the bridge, he would have to deduct another 500 Ling Jun's merit points. How could he not feel distressed? You have the Dao Soul blood lock. Even if you have supreme-grade Khanate Dharma treasures to protect you, you will not be able to completely offset the damage from the blood lock. With every step you take, you will be injured. If your injuries are serious enough, your Dao foundation will be damaged. If it's serious enough, you will lose your life. Sai, turn back. Don't walk forward anymore. Although the reward from the origin bridge is important, you have to be alive to get it. Listen to my advice and turn back. If you don't turn back and walk forward, you will lose my merit points. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I know what I'm doing. Ning Fan wiped off the trace of blood at the corner of his lips and kept the reward of the origin bridge after taking the second step. When he thought about how he wanted to kill Gu Jiang just now, he felt a little guilty. This bridge god Gu Jiang actually cared about me regardless of what happened in the past. He's really a broad-minded person. I'm not concerned about you. I'm concerned about my own merit points. Gu Jiang, who was inexplicably labeled as a good person, felt gloomy. It was because after Ning Fan refined the reward of the second step, he took the third step. Another 500 Ling Jun was deducted. For the second step, Ning Fan still obtained a white lotus and 2 lotus seeds as a reward. It was the same for the third step. After taking the third step, the illusory degree of Ning Fan's primordial spirit had already reached 2/3 of its original state. If he takes the fourth step, his primordial spirit would probably collapse and he would die. The third step was already his current limit. Even with the God-exterminating shield, he could not go any further. After consuming another 2 extreme young white lotuses, Ning Fan still could not open his eyes. On the other hand, after consuming 4 lotus seeds in a row, his 4 types of Palm Realm power all broke through to the level of 30 Ling Jun. When the 4 types of Palm Realm power superimposed, it had already exceeded 120 Ling Jun. It was slightly stronger than some Palm Realm immortal emperors who are at the middle stage of the Palm Realm. Unfortunately, a single type of Palm Realm power could not reach the middle stage of the Palm Realm. Otherwise, it was highly possible for Ning Fan to attain the initial stage of the Palm Realm. Little friend from the Yin world, you won't take the fourth step, right? Gu Jiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really afraid that Ning Fan would continue to take the fourth step. I won't go any further. The third step is already my limit. Seeing that Gu Jiang was concerned about him again, Ning Fan's tone became much friendlier. I'm really not concerned about you. Forget it. I won't explain any further. Anyway, the 1 hour time limit is almost up. I can withdraw my projection back to the illusory world. This time, the projection to the illusory world was really a painful experience. Gu Jiang did not want to descend to this illusory world for the rest of his life. The 12 origin bridges gradually became illusory. Soon, they disappeared from the profound Yin world along with the heavenly sound of the bugle. The scenery in front of Ning Fan returned to the profound Yin world. The first thing he did was to use a Millennium Tower to heal his injuries. The injuries caused by the Tao Soul blood shackles were really terrifying. There was actually a terrifying will of the heavens that kept tearing Ning Fan's primordial spirit, causing his cultivation base to temporarily decline due to his injuries that had yet to fully heal. Without 1,000 years, Ning Fan did not have the confidence to heal his injuries at all. Thus, he had no choice but to go into seclusion immediately. When he walked out of the Millennium Tower, his injuries had already fully healed. His cultivation base had also returned to normal. It was already very rare for him to be able to draw the origin bridge down and take 3 steps on it without opening his eyes. Perhaps, he would not have such an opportunity again. If he wants to draw the origin bridge down again, he would have to break free from the shackles and open his eyes. Open my eyes, I wonder how much more extreme yang I need. Ning Fan shook his head. Extreme yang was something that only existed in the true world. In the illusory world, there were very few things that contained extreme yang. The carp eye in the golden sky and black map did contain a lot of extreme yang. Unfortunately, after the previous experience of entering the map, it was highly likely that he would be targeted by the ferocious creatures in the depths of the painting world the moment he enters the map again. Even if he brings the black cat Jiuli with him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Besides, he no longer had a second talisman brush from the Golden Talisman Palace. If he wants to enter the Golden Sky and Black Map again, he could only do so with his primordial spirit. He could not bring the black cat along, forget it. I'll put aside the matter of extreme yang and the matter of opening my eyes for now. It's time to leave the wooden island. There were some things that Ning Fan had yet to figure out. However, he could only figure them out in the future. He left the profound Yin world in a flash. As soon as he returned to the outside world, his eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, there were many people gathered outside his room. There were Daoist Mu Song, Xiang Bozi, Old Wu Ba and the other disciples of the Wooden Island. Besides them, there was also Lu Feng and a red-robed venerated immortal lord with an unfriendly expression. Oh. Why are all of you gathered outside my room? Is Big Brother here as well? Ning Fan walked out of the guest room of the monastery and smiled at Lu Feng. His eyes were filled with inquiry. Lu Feng nodded his head. Seeing this, Ning Fan's heart shuddered. He finally understood. It seems like this red-robed venerated immortal lord is a member of the Southern Clan. Previously, when Ning Fan went to the Godly Void Pavilion, he had a deep conversation with Lu Feng. At that time, Lu Feng told Ning Fan a piece of bad news. The Southern Clan found out that someone was impersonating a member of their clan. It was not Lu Feng who told them about it. Instead, it was a deduction made by a powerful old ancestor of the clan. This incident happened about 10 years after Ning Fan entered the ancient wild region. In the past, Ning Fan had stolen the Gu command token of the Southern Clan. This incident was connected to heaven and earth and was connected to karma. It could hide it from most people in the world, but it could not hide it from those old monsters who were proficient in deduction. Coincidentally, that old monster managed to deduce this incident. After knowing that someone actually dared to impersonate a member of the Southern clan, that old ancestor of the Southern clan was naturally enraged. Following the karma, he found Lu Feng and used a secret technique to search his memories. Only then did he understand the whole story of how Ning Fan impersonated a cultivator of the Southern clan. What a great reign, immortal monarch! How dare you impersonate a member of the Southern clan? Don't you know that this is a great taboo of our Southern clan? Fortunately, at that time, the fact that Ning Fan was the successor of ancient chaos had almost spread across the entire Eastern Heaven. That old ancestor of the Southern clan was wary of Ning Fan's reputation as the successor of ancient chaos. Thus, he did not dare to openly deal with Ning Fan. Moreover, Ning Fan had not shown up in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. Thus, he temporarily put this matter aside. Unexpectedly, after another 10 years, a huge incident happened in the ancient wild region. As one of the 10 great secret clans, the Southern clan naturally had the means to find out the inside story. 2 great cultivators from the ancient times actually appeared in the ancient wild region, and they engaged in a life and death battle. One of them was called Zhao Jian. He was a mysterious cultivator with silver hair and a ghost face. As soon as they heard this news, the entire Southern clan could not remain calm. Zhao Jian was the name of the member of the Southern clan that Ning Fan impersonated. According to the first-hand information obtained by the old ancestors of the Southern clan, the great cultivator from the ancient times in the ancient wild region, Zhao Jian, was exactly the same as Ning Fan. Impossible. This young man is obviously the successor of ancient chaos. He's just an unknown life immortal realm junior. How could he be the great cultivator from the ancient times whose name shook the entire ancient wild region? Many of the old ancestors of the Southern clan could not believe this, but they could not verify it. After that, another 2 years passed and Ning Fan returned to the Eastern Heaven with unparalleled strength. 100 years ago, Ning Fan was just a life immortal realm expert. 100 years later, however, he actually possessed the cultivation base of an immortal venerable realm expert. The old monsters of the Southern clan did not believe that Ning Fan could cultivate from the life immortal realm to the immortal venerable realm in just 100 years. Did he really think that immortal venerables of the past were as common as cabbages? If one could achieve that level in just 100 years, why would there be so many memory-breaking old monsters who had spent millions or tens of millions of years to reach this level? Obviously, Ning Fan's cultivation base did not increase. Instead, he had always had this cultivation base. His previous cultivation base at the life immortal realm was just an illusion. No, it was highly possible that even his immortal venerable realm cultivation base was just an illusion. The cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator was Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Therefore, most of the old monsters of the Southern clan chose to believe that Ning Fan was a great cultivator from the ancient times who was hiding his cultivation base. The things he did in the Eastern Heaven and the reputation that he gained from the rumors were probably all fake. Even his name might be fake. However, there were still a small number of old monsters of the Southern clan who felt that Ning Fan was not the same person as the great cultivator from the ancient wild region, Zhao Jian. Even so, those old monsters of the Southern clan did not dare to do anything harmful to Ning Fan. What if? If Ning Fan was really a great cultivator from the ancient times, even the Southern clan would not be able to withstand his wrath. Even if Ning Fan was not a great cultivator from the ancient times, he was still the successor of ancient chaos. His master was still alive. Who would dare to suppress him with force? Even the dark race who held hostility against Ning Fan would not dare to do so. None of the old monsters of the Southern clan dared to touch Ning Fan. However, they also could not just brush off the fact that Ning Fan was pretending to be a member of the Southern clan. After all, they were a dignified secret race. Even if the other party was a great cultivator from the ancient times, the old monsters of the southern clan still had to seek justice for him. Of course, if the other party was really a great cultivator from the ancient times, the so-called justice would just be a formality. All they needed to do was to slightly maintain the reputation of the southern clan and let others know that no one could pretend to be a member of the southern clan. That way, they would not really become enemies with Ning Fan. As soon as Ning Fan went to the divine tomb, LV Feng told him the whole story. One had to admit that LV Feng, this sworn brother of his, was really worth befriending. Even when facing the questions of the old ancestors of the southern clan, LV Feng did not say anything that was unfavorable to Ning Fan. Unfortunately, his memories were searched by someone. Otherwise, he would not have exposed so many things. LV Feng was very worried about Ning Fan's situation. His network was not as good as the southern clan. Thus, he did not know the details of the great battle in the wilderness. He did not know that Ning Fan's ghost-like silver hair matched the great cultivator from the wilderness. From the conversation between the old monsters of the southern clan, LV Feng heard words like, "Could this young man really be a great cultivator from the ancient times?" or, "Does this young man really have the cultivation base of a great cultivator from the ancient times?" Apparently, the old monsters of the southern clan suspected that his sworn brother was a great cultivator from the ancient times. Besides, they also reckoned that great Emperor Ancient Chaos was on the verge of Tao extinction. Thus, they did not dare to use force against him. This is troublesome. Isn't this really troublesome? How could his sworn brother, Ning Fan, possibly be a great cultivator from the ancient times? If the southern clan finds out the truth and Ancient Chaos dies, no one would be able to protect Ning Fan anymore. LV Feng, who was born in the southern clan, naturally knew how terrifying the southern clan was. That enormous foundation was enough to make any immortal king or immortal emperor tremble in fear, let alone Ning Fan, who was not even an immortal king yet. Honestly, when LV Feng first found out that Ning Fan was not a member of the southern clan, he felt a little cheated. In the beginning, when he befriended Ning Fan, he indeed had the thought of utilitarianism. However, after that, Ning Fan gave him some pointers which allowed his cultivation base to recover rapidly. In the past, when his cultivation base was crippled by Sun Luo, he had already recovered half of it in just 100 years. Today, Lu Feng had sincerely regarded Ning Fan as his brother. He was not a good person, but he was a very simple person. If others were to treat him well, he would treat them well. If others were to treat him badly, he would kill their entire family and their entire clan. Since Ning Fan treated him well, he naturally regarded Ning Fan as his sworn brother. When he found out that Ning Fan was standing on the opposite side of the southern clan, he gritted his teeth and stood on Ning Fan's side. "Brother Ning, do you really have a way to deal with the southern clan?" LV Feng pondered for a moment and asked through telepathy. "Don't worry, big brother. It's not difficult." Ning Fan replied with telepathy as well. Ning Fan still had a way to make the southern clan think that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times. As long as he used the God-exterminating shield, which was a heaven-opening divine tool, and made some arrangements, he should be able to make some of the old monsters of the southern clan believe that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times. That was Ning Fan's initial thought. Now that he saw the people of the southern clan, his belief became even stronger. The eyes of the red-robed immortal venerated lord were filled with hostility. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times being exposed, there would certainly be many people in the southern clan who would harbor such hostility towards him. Impersonating a member of the southern clan was a taboo of the southern clan. There were no lack of stubborn old men in the southern clan. It was totally possible for them to kill Ning Fan just because of this taboo. He had already become enemies with the Dark Clan. If there is another southern clan, Ning Fan was not afraid of trouble. However, if he could avoid some trouble, who would be willing to be involved in it? Little friend Ning, you. Mu Song and Xiang Bozi had something to ask Ning Fan. Naturally, they were asking about the heavenly sound of the bugle. Unfortunately, before the two quasi-saints could finish their words, the red-robed immortal venerated lord of the southern clan could not wait any longer. He said to Ning Fan with an arrogant expression. "You are Ning Fan?" "Humph. I am the second young emperor of the barbarian tribe of the southern clan. You, follow me back to the southern clan. Don't resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Is this kid retarded?" Everyone including Old Wu stared at the red-robed young man as if they were looking at an idiot. Even if you are an immortal venerated lord of the southern clan, you can't just snatch the conversation between two quasi-saints, right? Let alone Mu Song, just Xiang Bozi alone. Any first-level quasi-saint of the secret race would have to address him politely as fellow Taoist. You, on the other hand, are just an immortal venerated lord of the southern clan. How dare you snatch the conversation between two quasi-saints? Do you really think that the southern clan can cover the sky with one hand in the eastern heaven? The people of the Wooden Island were not afraid of the southern clan. They knew about their master's formidable battle records. He had once fought against 3 quasi-saints of the Dark Clan alone. How domineering was that? Old Wu was also not afraid of the southern clan. The southern clan? Just by squatting in front of their door, they would have to spend money to invite him away. Ning Fan was also speechless. Didn't the southern clan suspect that he was a great cultivator from the ancient times? Which old monster whose cultivation base had reached the 10,000 ancient realm wasn't cautious? If Ning Fan had a trace of possibility of being a great cultivator from the ancient times, there wouldn't be any inconspicuous people who would come to find trouble with him, right? Even if he really wants to invite Ning Fan to the South Clan, he should be extremely polite. Isn't he afraid that something might happen when he opens his mouth in such a rude manner? Could this red-robed celestial supremacy be a cultivator from one of those clans? You haven't had much experience in the world, and you haven't experienced the deceit of the cultivation world. You've been taking pills to cultivate since you were born. Is that why you're so mentally deficient? Humph, this old man hasn't spoken yet. Is it your turn to speak? Mu Song's expression turned cold. He was originally an eccentric person. It was already rare for him to show Ning Fan a good face. How could he show a good face to any random cat or dog? You, forget it, Senior is right. The red-robed immortal gritted his teeth and admitted defeat to Mu Song, but his tone was very reluctant. As expected, he was an idiot. Even if he was from the southern tribe, he shouldn't have been so rude to Mu Song. Since he was an idiot, then he would torture him properly. If Ning Fan wants the southern clan to believe that he is a great cultivator from the ancient times, he must do something to slightly awe the southern clan. He would use this red-robed venerated immortal lord to put on a show. As an ancient great cultivator, what should he do? After being threatened by this red-robed venerated immortal lord, if he doesn't teach this venerated immortal lord a lesson, he wouldn't be befitting of his identity as an ancient great cultivator. Just as Ning Fan was about to summon the god-destroying giant and crush this unlucky kid to intimidate the southern clan, he suddenly hesitated. This hesitation was not because he was soft-hearted. Instead, it was because he sensed a trace of chi from the red-robed venerated immortal lord's body. The chi of a barbarian cultivator. This red-robed venerated immortal lord is actually a barbarian cultivator. Why are there barbarian cultivators in the 4 heavens? I heard that the southern clan has 4 tribes which are witchcraft, gu, barbarian and war. This red-robed venerated immortal lord originated from one of the barbarian tribes of the southern clan. Could it be that the barbarian tribes of the southern clan all cultivate the barbarian path? It's also possible that the entire southern clan cultivates the barbarian path. It's also possible that there are only a few barbarian cultivators in the southern clan and this red-robed venerated immortal lord is probably the only barbarian cultivator in the southern clan. Not all of them cultivate the barbarian path. Lu Feng was once a member of the southern clan but he did not have the cultivation base of the barbarian race in his body. in just an instant, Ning Fan went through various guesses in his mind but he could not verify them. However, if this red-robed immortal venerate was a barbaric cultivator, there was no need for him to summon the god-exterminating shield. Ning Fan would be able to intimidate him even more. Berserker, if I'm a berserker, then how should I face the god of berserkers? If I don't go back to the southern clan with you, you are going to be merciless to me, aren't you? Ning Fan turned to the red-robed immortal venerate and asked with an expressionless face. That's right. If you obediently follow me back to the southern clan, then I'll be polite to you. But if you dare to disobey my orders, then I'll let you know that the successor of ancient chaos isn't even worth a fart in my eyes. The red-robed celestial exalt spoke proudly. Then let's see how merciless you are to my subordinates. Scram! Ning Fan suddenly shouted coldly at the red-robed youth. It was a simple word, but it seemed to carry the might of the heavens. At this moment, Ning Fan's will had replaced the heavens and the great Tao of the heavens, becoming the master of all barbarian cultivators in this world. Get lost! Scram! Scram! Without using any cultivation or magic power, a ray of golden light shot into the sky like a gust of wind toward the red-robed celestial sovereign. When it got close, it turned into a golden palm that was as tall as a person and slammed down on the red-robed celestial sovereign. The supreme might contained in the golden light shook everyone's heart. That destructive force instantly destroyed all of the defensive magical treasures and spiritual equipment of the red-robed immortal venerate, including an innate treasure armor. No wonder this man was so arrogant. He even had an innate treasure armor. It was obvious that he was a highly valued existence in the southern clan. However, even the innate treasure armor could not protect the red-robed immortal venerate. In an instant it was shattered by the golden palm. Then, even his physical body was crushed into a mist of blood. His primordial spirit was extremely shocked. He looked at the golden palm that hit his body with a pale face. The feeling of approaching death was unprecedentedly close. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. What kind of divine ability is this? This Rain Lord clearly didn't use any magic power. How did he unleash such a terrifying golden palm? I can't resist it, I can't resist it. I've only experienced this feeling in the forbidden area of the clan. Only the South Pole ancestor, who was healing in seclusion, had this kind of cultivation. This is definitely the cultivation of an ancient great cultivator. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I have to be rude to an ancient great cultivator? Why didn't I believe he was an ancient great cultivator? This Rain Lord is definitely an ancient great cultivator who is hiding his cultivation. I can't withstand this golden palm. Not even the first or second rank quasi-sages in the clan can. Only the ancestor, only the ancestor. At the moment of death, the jade pendant on the red-robed immortal venerate's primordial spirit's neck suddenly broke in half. Then, an old figure shot out from the jade pendant. He swung the giant bone club in his hand and collided with the golden palm. Fellow cultivator, please calm down. This is definitely a misunderstanding. The southern clan has no intention of becoming enemies with fellow cultivator. The old man who suddenly dashed out was surrounded by the powerful aura force of a first-level quasi-sage. However, it was not his true body but a clone. However, even with the cultivation of his quasi-saint clone, he couldn't stop the golden palm from descending. His bone club was crushed by the golden palm, and his figure was directly crushed by the golden palm, turning into specks of light that dissipated. Destroying an innate magic treasure and the physical body of an immortal venerate with a single palm strike was not shocking. However, destroying the clone of a quasi-sage with a single palm strike was absolutely shocking. It's Man Daesun's clone. He was actually destroyed by this young man with a single palm strike. Mu Song and Xiang Bozi were shocked. The others might not be able to recognize the clone of a quasi-sage that was instantly destroyed, but how could they not recognize it? Man Dao San was a quasi-sage of the barbarian tribe of the southern clan. His true body's cultivation base was almost at the peak of the first-level quasi-sage realm. Even his clone that had been cultivating for many years could be comparable to an ordinary first-level quasi-sage. Was what happened just now real? Ning Fan killed Mandaesan's quasi-sage clone with a single palm strike. Even my old ancestor's clone has been destroyed. I will die. I will die. The red-robed immortal venerate was already in despair. He was dumbfounded by Ning Fan's strength. However, the expected death did not come. When the golden palm struck his primordial spirit, it suddenly turned into a gust of violent wind and blew him hundreds of star regions away from the wooden island. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. I won't kill you, but there won't be a next time. Your identity as the young emperor of the barbarian tribe is not enough. Next time, it will be the quasi-sage of your barbarian tribe who speaks to me. Ning Fan was obviously saying those words on the wooden island. However, with the help of the rain technique, his words were transmitted to the red-robed immortal venerate's ears. Senior, thank you for sparing my life. When I return to the clan this time, I will deliver Senior's decree to the old ancestor of my barbarian tribe. The red-robed immortal venerate was terrified. His primordial spirit cupped his fists towards the direction of the wooden island and ran away with his tail between his legs. It's over. I wonder if my actions have angered this ancient great cultivator. Let's see how the elders of the clan will deal with this matter. In the South Pole Palace of the Southern Clan, 5 quasi-sages of the Southern Clan were sitting in a row with their eyes closed, waiting for something. Suddenly, one of the quasi-sages coughed out blood for no reason. Then, he received the memories of his clone and his face was filled with shock. The person who coughed out blood was Mandaesan's true body. What happened? The other quasi-sages were shocked and they saw Mandaosan coughing out blood. In the entire Southern Clan, other than the old ancestor of the Southern Clan who was still recuperating, the second elder was the second elder of the second-level quasi-sage realm. Mandaosan was the third strongest expert of the Southern Clan. Why did he suddenly cough out blood? It's the Rain Lord. This man is unfathomable. He destroyed my clone with a single palm strike. We must not provoke him. We must not provoke him. As soon as Mandaosan said those words, all the other quasi-sages were shocked. Destroying Mandaesan's clone with a single palm strike. How terrifying is his cultivation base? An ancient great cultivator. The Rain Lord, Ning Fan, is actually that great cultivator from the barbarian tribe. Forget about my clone. I can still get it back after paying some price. However, Mandaosan smiled bitterly. If the Southern Clan becomes enemies with this man because of today's test, it would incur the wrath of an ancient great cultivator. That would be really difficult to resolve. Even if the great elder was at his peak, he would not allow the Southern Clan to offend an ancient great cultivator, let alone the fact that the great elder was severely injured. Then, if he really gets angry, does our Southern Clan have to lower our heads to him? Are you kidding me? The ancestors of our Southern Clan have always been the guards of the Southern Heavenly Gate of the immortal sovereign realm. There are only cultivators who die in battle and none of us would lower our heads to him. If this Ning Fan doesn't provoke us, we are willing to settle this dispute peacefully. We can even compromise a little. However, if this man goes too far, we will make him pay even if our entire clan has to die in battle. The cultivators of our Southern Clan will never shy away from a battle or death. Of course, it would be better if they could avoid provoking Ning Fan. No one would be willing to make a terrifying enemy for no reason, killing a quasi-sage realm expert with a single palm strike. The few old monsters of the Southern Clan shuddered in fear. When the red-robed venerated immortal ran back to the Southern Clan and passed on Ning Fan's message, they began to shift the blame to each other again. Ning Fan said that he would at least send a quasi-saint realm expert from the barbarian tribe over to him next time. Only then would they be qualified to talk to him, that's right. Sending an ancient immortal venerate to look for Ning Fan is a little inappropriate. Then the question is, who is going to talk to Ning Fan? Fourth Elder Nantian Hua nonchalantly picked up his teacup and drank for an hour. He didn't finish the cup of tea, as if he was competing with his teacup. He was a sage to be of the Gu tribe and did not have the cultivation of the barbarian tribe. The fifth elder, Zhao Wanggong, was constantly pinching his fingers and deducing something. He looked like he was deducing good or bad luck. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him and he just wanted to stay out of it. Sixth elder Ta Shi and third elder Man Dao San exchanged glances with each other. Neither of them took the initiative to ask for Ning Fan's help. What a joke! What if the negotiation with Ning Fan fails? Should I be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike? This was risky, and whoever was stronger would be the one to take it. In the end, it was the second elder, old ancestor Wu Shan who spoke. Fellow Daoist Ning said to let the sage-to-be of the barbarian tribe talk to him. So, old third and old sixth, choose one of you to go and talk to him. Cough cough. Old sixth, my clone has just been destroyed and my injuries have yet to heal. So. When Man Dao San thought of Ning Fan's terrifying strength, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and looked at Ta Shi pleadingly. When Ta Shi saw his third elder brother who had never begged anyone in his life was looking at him with such a gaze, he let out a long sigh and said, "Fine. I'm a sage-to-be of the barbarian tribe. I'll go and talk to him. At most, I'll just die. There are no cowards in my southern clan." Just as Ta Shi was about to say something righteously, the cold voice of a lady came from outside the hall. "Sixth Grandpa, why don't you let Wei Yu go on your behalf?" A lady in a feather cloak holding an umbrella walked gracefully into the South Pole Hall. This lady was the number one saintess of the southern clan. Her name was Tantai Wei Yu. It was the same name as a lady whom Ning Fan had met before. However, this lady was different from Tantai Wei Yu whom Ning Fan had met before in terms of appearance, cultivation level and bone age. Besides, that Tantai Wei Yu was from the Purple Mansion Academy of the Southern Heaven clan while this Tantai Wei Yu was the dignified saintess of the Southern clan. They seemed to be two completely different existences. You. No way. How can we let a little girl like you bear the brunt of the calamity of our Southern clan? Enough said. Third Grandpa will go but you are not allowed to go. Man Dao San was no longer afraid. He decided to meet Ning Fan. In short, he could not let the little girl Wei Yu die. That Ning Fan was a ferocious man. He dared to destroy someone's physical body and clone just because of a disagreement. He was definitely not a kind person. I'll go. No. Let me go. Let me go. The situation where both sides were pushing each other away actually changed because of Wei Yu's suggestion. Tantai Wei Yu's heart felt warm but she shook her head and said, "No. It's better to let Wei Yu go. You guys don't know this person but I should have some understanding." As she said that, Wei Yu smiled faintly as if she was reminiscing about the past. "You've met Yu Jun before. When was that?" "Ever since you were born, you have never left the territory of the Southern clan which is 100,000 li away. How is it possible for you to have met this person before?" "It's a secret," Tantai Wei Yu smiled slyly. Indeed, she had met him before. That Ning Fan had met her witchcraft Gu before. The few grandpas of the quasi-saint realm did not know about this. The discussion of Dao in the past was still deeply engraved in her memory. What a cunning man. He actually pretended to be an ancient great cultivator and scared the few grandpas of the quasi-saint realm. Rain immortal monarch, huh? Others might not know that you came from the rain world but I do. Chapter 981. The news of Ning Fan killing a quasi-saint realm expert had indeed caused a commotion in the Southern clan. On the wooden island, the crowd of cultivators was also stunned by Ning Fan's heaven-defying battle record. How could Ning Fan, who was merely an eternal first tribulation immortal venerable, kill a quasi-saint realm expert with a single strike? What kind of ability was that golden palm imprint? How could it have such terrifying power? Was Ning Fan's true cultivation base really just at the eternal first tribulation immortal venerable? Or was he hiding his true cultivation base? Everyone including Taoist Mu Song had their own doubts. Each of them had their own guesses, but none of them dared to ask Ning Fan about it. On the other hand, Xiang Bozi, who had a good relationship with Ning Fan, did not have so many concerns. He secretly asked Ning Fan about it. Ning Fan's answer was that he did not rely on the suppression of his cultivation base to kill Man Daosen's quasi-saint clone. Instead, it was some kind of ability that specialized in subduing the barbarian tribes of the southern clan. Ning Fan sincerely wanted to befriend Xiang Bozi. Thus, he did not hide anything about this matter, but he did not explain it in detail either. This was already enough to astonish Xiang Bozi. Even with his knowledge of the quasi-saint realm, he had never heard of any ability that could allow Ning Fan, who was an immortal venerable, to instantly kill a quasi-saint realm expert. Ridiculous. This matter is just too ridiculous. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such a terrifying ability existed in this world. His attention towards Ning Fan became unprecedentedly high. This young man really has endless means. Perhaps even if I don't help him, he also has a way to resist the Dark Clan. Old Wu was even more excited. Look, what did he say? Acknowledging Ning Fan as his master is indeed the right thing to do. Killing a quasi-saint realm expert with a single strike. Ha! How many people in the four heavens could do this? That scene made Old Wu's blood boil. He became more respectful and fearful of Ning Fan. Master, don't tell me you're a second-level quasi-saint. Are you hiding your cultivation base? Old Wu Ba secretly asked Ning Fan. What do you think? Ning Fan did not deny it. I don't think Master is one. Since Master could kill a second-level quasi-saint, you must have something to rely on. However, it definitely isn't because of the suppression of your cultivation base. Am I right, Little 8? Old Wu asked with a flattering expression. Little 8. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Little 8 is this lowly one. This lowly one is Master's Little 8. In front of outsiders, this lowly one is Old Wu 8. But in front of Master, this lowly one is only fit to be Little Wu 8. Master, Master, you are really too domineering. You killed a quasi-saint with a palm strike. Hee, can you teach this lowly one such divine ability? Old Wu 8 was as docile as a pug. I can't impart this ability to you. However, if you are obedient and follow me loyally, you will naturally receive benefits in the future. Ning Fan said with deep meaning. Sure enough. Master killed the sage-to-be by relying on his divine ability, not his cultivation. Wu Lao Ba secretly confirmed this matter. Suddenly, he was shocked. Master seemed to be deliberately telling him everything. Was this trust? Or a beating? Or perhaps, there was a deeper meaning behind his actions, but Master said that as long as I follow him loyally, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Old Wu's eyes were burning. So what if his master wasn't a sage-to-be? With such a heaven-defying aptitude, he wouldn't be any worse than Mu Song in the future. In the future, if Master imparts me a few more heaven-defying divine abilities, hee. Just wait and see how I, Old Wu Lao Ba, am going to dominate the four heavens. Thus, after this incident, Old Wu's loyalty towards Ning Fan greatly increased. It was indeed an unexpected gain. The trip to the Wooden Island had come to an end. Ning Fan bid farewell to Taoist Mu Song and made an agreement with him. Then, he returned to the Eastern Ocean Star region. Only LV Wen and Old Wu Lao Ba went with him. Xiang Bozi did not return to the Eastern Ocean Star region. Instead, he went to another place, saying that it was rare for him to come out for a walk and he had to visit a few of his friends. Until Ning Fan and his group left, Daoist Mu Song still did not know whether Ning Fan had opened his eyes or how he killed a sage-to-be with a palm strike. I'm getting old. I'm really getting old. In the future, there will definitely be a place for this young man in the illusionary world. Now that he is facing the threat of the dark race, if I can lend him a hand, I will certainly be able to form a good relationship with him. In the future, perhaps there will be good results. As soon as Ning Fan left, Mu Song went into seclusion again to prepare for the possible confrontation with the dark race in the future. He swallowed the carp eye to see more of the scenery. After that, he tried to take the 15th step of the origin bridge. If he succeeds, his strength would certainly improve again. Ning Fan returned to the Eastern Ocean Star region once again in order to fulfill his promise to the Luo clan by rescuing the Battle King. Even though he was on the wooden island, he could sense the situation of the Luo clan in the Eastern Ocean with just a thought. The preparations of the Luo clan were already 80 to 90% complete. It was almost time. Along the way, LV1 and Ning Fan had a pleasant conversation. LV1 was a person who would repay kindness and seek revenge for enmity, which was different from Ning Fan. They could be considered to have similar personalities. Moreover, after this incident, LV1 had chosen to stand on Ning Fan's side to deal with the Southern clan. It could be said that he had gone through trials and tribulations together with Ning Fan. Even if they had only known each other for 100 years, they could still be considered as close friends. The threat of the Southern clan has finally subsided. In the future, even if the quasi-saints of the Southern clan come to look for you, they will probably be polite to you out of fear. They won't make things too difficult for you. However, you mustn't underestimate the Southern clan just because of this. Listen to my advice. The cultivators of the Southern clan are the most unyielding. In the words of the mortal world, they are like donkeys. They will be polite to you because they are afraid of you. However, if you push them too far, they will turn into mad dogs and fight you with all their might. Besides, there is still an ancient great cultivator who has yet to recover from his severe injuries in the highest forbidden area of the Southern clan. If the Southern clan sends more people here, don't push them too far. LV1 advised. Don't worry, big brother. I know what I'm doing. You're here to save the Battle King of the Luo clan, aren't you? In recent years, the condition of the Battle King of the Luo clan has been worsening. The Luo clan was forced into a corner. They went around asking for pills and medicines but none of them could save the Battle King. Besides, I heard that many legendary old monsters accepted the invitation of the Luo clan and tried to use their secret techniques to save the Battle King instead of using the war god art of the Luo clan. As a result, most of those old monsters who used their secret techniques to save the Battle King returned with severe injuries. I'm not clear about the details but I've heard that a devil creature has been born in the Battle King of the Luo clan. Saving the Battle King will be quite dangerous. If little brother doesn't have a deep relationship with the Luo clan, it's better for you not to get involved in this mess. Even a few immortal kings have been severely injured by the devil creature inside the Battle King's body. Oh. A devil creature has been born in the Battle King's body? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. However, it was just a slight surprise and nothing more. It would not change his original plan. He was a man of his word. Since he had promised the Luo clan something, he would certainly fulfill it. No matter how powerful that devil creature was, he would not break his promise. That devil creature is said to be at the peak immortal king realm. Besides, I've also heard that the ancestor of the Luo clan was also an abandoned member of the Southern clan. However, after many generations, the bloodline of the Southern clan in the Luo clan has already become extremely thin. This Luo clan cultivates combat. Therefore, it's highly possible that they originated from one of the 4 divisions of the Southern clan. If that's the case, that devil creature is highly likely to be the ferocious creature in the legends of the Southern clan, the sorcerer god. LV Feng told Ning Fan about some specific information that he knew. Sorcerer God. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. It was his first time hearing that the Luo clan might originate from the Southern clan. However, he would not doubt the authenticity of this information. Since LV Feng dared to say such a thing, he must have some confidence. A devil creature with a peak immortal king realm cultivation base was highly likely to be the ferocious creature in the legends of the Southern clan. The Sorcerer God. Unfortunately, LV Feng also did not know much about the Sorcerer God. After all, it was something that only existed in the legends. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Southern clan knew about it in detail. Ning Fan pondered for a while. A peak immortal king realm expert was definitely not an existence that he could defeat. Be it killing a quasi-sage realm expert or killing a Dao carp with a palm strike, it was fine. As a matter of fact, he did not rely on his own cultivation base. His true cultivation base was slightly stronger than Old Wu's, but there was definitely a limit to it. Fortunately, he had the God-exterminating shield to protect himself. Even if he faces an 8th tribulation immortal emperor, he would still be able to protect himself. Thus, he was not afraid of the Sorcerer God. Under the premise of protecting himself, using the war god art to save others should not be too dangerous. Ning Fan and his group were all experts with profound cultivation bases. Flying at full speed, they returned to the Eastern Sea Star region in just a short while. The Heavenly Sea Star, the cultivation star where the Battle King Luo clan was located. In the main hall of the Luo clan, the clan lord, Luo Shi, was currently smiling apologetically at a few guests. There were a total of 3 guests. All of them were the thought-fragmenting old monsters who had been famous in the Eastern Heaven for a long time. Other than Luo Shi, there were also a few famous juniors of the Luo clan such as Luo Xian and Luo Xiao. Among the 3 guests, 2 of them were at the late thought-fragmenting realm. The strongest among them was an old man who had half a step into the thought-fragmenting realm. In terms of cultivation base, he was much stronger than Luo Shi. In such an occasion, juniors like Luo Xian and Luo Xiao did not have the right to speak. In the past, when Ning Fan did not show up in the Eastern Heaven for a long time, Luo Shi went around begging people to save the Battle King. These 3 guests were the pill refinement experts that the Luo clan had begged in the past. All of them were Silver Core Realm 9th Revolution pill refinement masters. They were known as the 3 Devil Pill Elders in the Eastern Heaven. Moreover, the 3 of them were senior and junior brothers. With their teamwork, they could even attempt to concoct a 9th Revolution Golden Pill. Unfortunately, even though their pill refinement skills were extremely high, they could not concoct a pill that could save the Battle King. Moreover, when they tried to save the Battle King for the last time, they were severely injured by the devil inside the Battle King's body. Due to their fear, they no longer dared to save the Battle King. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the devil in, but it's hard to send the devil away. The 3 of them were extremely afraid of the devil. They kept refusing to save the Battle King, but at the same time, they were reluctant to leave the Luo clan. The Luo clan was great. Those cultivators who came to save the Battle King had almost all their requests. Pills, cauldrons and whatever else they needed, they just needed to ask and the Luo clan would give it to them with both hands. The 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan were rogue cultivators. They did not have the resources provided by their clan. If they stay in the Luo clan, they could eat and drink for free. They could use the resources of the Luo clan to cultivate and use the medicinal herbs of the Luo clan to improve their pill refinement skills. After tasting the benefits, they were reluctant to leave the Luo clan. The reason why Luo Shi asked the 3 of them to come here today was to send these 3 great experts away. Ning Fan had already returned to the Eastern Heaven. His Luo clan only needed to rely on Ning Fan. There was no need for them to rely on these vermin. When Luo Shi thought about these vermin only taking things without saving the Battle King, he burned with anger. Because the Luo clan was eager to save the Battle King and the conditions they offered were generous, every Tom, Dick and Harry in the Eastern Heaven wanted to get some benefits from the Luo clan. They refused to leave the Luo clan. Most of them were not interested in saving the Battle King. They just wanted to use the resources of the Luo clan for their cultivation. For example, the Flesh Mountain cultivator who ambushed Ning Fan and the 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan in front of him. In the current Luo clan, there were all kinds of messy people. In the past, they had no choice but to keep these people here. But now, in order to save the old ancestor of my clan, the 3 fellow Taoists have put in a lot of effort for the past 10 years. This is a small token of appreciation from my Luo clan to the 3 fellow Taoists. Luo Shi waved his sleeves. Immediately, a jade box appeared on the wooden table beside the 3 elders. Even though the jade boxes were sealed, there was still a trace of medicinal fragrance coming from them. It was enough to show that what was sealed inside was not ordinary. They provided them with good food and drinks and even gave them a gift before they left. Their Luo clan had never treated anyone unfairly. Unfortunately, the 3 elders of the Devil Pill clan did not appreciate their kindness. The faces of the 2nd elder, Dan Lingzi, and the 3rd elder, Dan Shiozi, darkened and asked coldly. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to chase us brothers away? It's too unpleasant to say that. All these years, how have the few of you been living in my Luo clan and how much effort you've put in to save the Battle King? I didn't mention it because I wanted to give you some face. The few of you should just leave. That way, you can still save some face. The Battle King of my Luo clan does not need to trouble you. Luo Shi's gaze was also slightly cold. He was the head of the Luo clan and also an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion. He was amiable because he was giving these people face, not because he was afraid of them. What a good Luo Shi. What a good Battle King Luo clan. When you need us brothers, you use flowery words. When you don't need us brothers, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. You want to send us 3 brothers away with a trifling 5 million-year-old blue spirit root? Humph, do you think we are beggars? Raged the 2nd elder, Dan Lingzi. Do you think your Battle King Luo clan is still the Luo clan of the past? The Luo clan has already declined. Although you are an elder of the Godly Void Pavilion, us 3 brothers also have people in the Godly Void Pavilion. Your Godly Void Pavilion's background cannot scare us. With your cultivation base that has just broken through to the mid-thought shattering realm, you are even less of a threat to us. If you want us to leave, that's fine. But 105 million-year-old blue spirit roots, not one less. If we can't gather enough blue spirit roots, then us 3 brothers will eat up your Luo clan. Let's see what you can do then. Sneered the 3rd elder, Dan Shiozi. The eldest, Dan Lazy, did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, as if he did not place Luo Shi in his eyes at all. What was the Battle King Luo family? It was just a declining force, and everyone would give it a shove when it was down. Even if they took the opportunity to step on it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the law didn't punish the masses. Moreover, they did indeed have a backer in the Godly Void Pavilion. In terms of elder position, they were even a bit higher than Luo Shi's 9th elder. Luo Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Luo Xiao and the other youths of the Luo clan were even more furious. How could they not be angry when others insulted their clan? Your backer is the 8th elder Feng Hai, right? Luo Shi suppressed his anger and narrowed his old eyes. However, he said something irrelevant. This time, the 3 elders' expressions changed. It was obvious that Luo Shi had hit the nail on the head. Luo Shi became even more furious. The bigger a force was, the more internal strife there would be. 100 years ago, the 8th elder Lei Jinshi died because of Ning Fan. The new 8th elder, Feng Hai, was not on good terms with the Luo clan. He actually intentionally allowed the 3 devil pill elders and the other vermin to stay in the Luo clan, causing the Luo clan to be depleted. If the war monarch was still here, who would dare to bully the Luo family like this? Since you know who our backer is, you should know that we are not afraid of the Luo family. How about this? 100 tufts of spiritual herbs are indeed too much. Let's make it 50 tufts. As long as you give us 50 tufts of 5 million years old spiritual herbs, we will definitely not help the 8th elder to plot against the Luo family anymore. What do you think? The eldest, Dan Lazy, thought for a while and decided to give in. It wouldn't be good if he pushed Luo Shi too far. Luo Shi was so angry that he almost laughed. Giving these people a tuft of 5 million years old spiritual herb was already an extra favor for the Luo clan. 50 tufts of 5 million years old spiritual herbs. Hee. Do you really think that 5 million years old spiritual herbs are cabbages that can be found anywhere? I only have 3 tufts of spiritual herbs. If you want them, then take them. If not, then return them to me. I won't be seeing you out. Luo Shi was so angry that he laughed. How dare you? A mere Luo clan. Dan Lingzi and Dan Xiuzi were enraged. They slammed the table and rose to their feet. Just when they were about to attack Luo Shi, an extremely cold majestic aura suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on them. As soon as the aura pressed down on them, it was as if the sky was collapsing. It was as if there were countless claps of thunder exploding in their ears. It was as if their sea of consciousness was going to explode. It was simply unstoppable. Both of them groaned and coughed out blood. Dan Lazy didn't have a good ending either. After being pressed down by the aura, his face instantly turned pale. Not only his face, but even his primordial spirit was injured. The 3 devil pill elders were shocked and angry, but more than that, they were astonished. The 3 of them were late thought fragmentation realm experts, but they couldn't even withstand the might of this aura. Who released such an aura? Eternal Immortal Venerable. There's no mistaking it. This aura had the aura to crush the ancient times. Only an eternal cultivator could have such a horrifying aura. That was why the 3 of them couldn't even resist it. Since when did the Luo clan have the backing of Eternal Immortal Venerable? Fellow Taoist Luo Shi, since when did your Luo clan have so many messy people? Do you need me to help you clean them up? No matter what, I'm still a foreign elder of the Luo clan. It makes me uncomfortable to hear others belittling the Luo clan. The newcomers were none other than Ning Fan and his group. Many cultivators of the Eastern Heaven knew LV Feng, but Ning Fan's face was a little unfamiliar. After all, he was just a junior 100 years ago. He hadn't reached the stage where everyone knew him yet. Old Wu's face was even more unfamiliar. However, the ancient aura he exuded was equally terrifying. The 3 devil pill elders sucked in a cold breath. 3 eternal experts had actually come to the Luo clan. 2 of them were immortal venerables and 1 was an immortal king. The one who attacked them was Ning Fan. He was standing in front of the 3 of them. It seemed like he was the leader of the 3. Wait. This person said that his surname is Ning. Could it be, he's the reign immortal monarch Ning Fan who stirred up the Eastern Heaven recently? The ruthless person who failed to kill the newly advanced immortal venerable old ancestor De Yun. Rain Lord, please calm down. We 3 brothers didn't know that you're a foreign elder of the Luo clan. If we knew about this, we wouldn't dare to bully the Luo clan no matter what. We've acted recklessly in this matter. We don't want this spiritual herb anymore. We'll take our leave now. The 3 devil pill elders were extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Ning Fan's aura was not only powerful but also filled with terrifying baleful qi. As devil cultivators, the 3 of them were extremely sensitive to baleful qi. They were certain that Ning Fan had killed more than one immortal venerable old ancestor De Yun in his life. They couldn't afford to offend such an expert. Once they do, their lives would be in danger. No wonder when the three of them went to the eighth elder Feng Hai to ask if they still wanted to stay in the Luo clan, Feng Hai advised them to leave as soon as possible. It turned out that the Luo clan actually had such a powerful backer who was in existence that even the eighth elder Feng Hai was afraid of. At this moment, the three devil pill elders just wanted to leave the Luo clan as soon as possible. Unfortunately, just as they took half a step out of the main hall, Ning Fan's cold voice resounded again. "Did I allow you to leave?" Thump. The three of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the Rain Lord wasn't going to kill them, right? After all, most of the stories about Ning Fan in the entire Eastern Heaven were about the number of people he had killed. When he was just at the Void Fragmentation realm, he was already bold enough to set up a grand formation and slaughter 100 immortals. After that, TSK. How was that cultivation? The Rain Lord's path of cultivation was built by piling up white bones. Compared to such a person, the three devil pill elders were embarrassed to call themselves devil cultivators. Fortunately, Ning Fan's next words were not about to take their lives. He only gave them an order. 10 years. Within 10 years, return all the things that you've taken from the Luo clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The three of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully. Rest assured, my lord. It won't take 10 years. In 3 years at most, we three brothers will certainly return all the things that we owe the Luo clan. Otherwise, they would certainly be targeted by the Rain Lord. Even though the ancient Chaos Dao was on the verge of extinction and the Dark Race wanted to kill Ning Fan, those were just rumors. Not all the old monsters would act against Ning Fan after hearing the rumors. The three devil pill elders knew their limits. Be it the Dark Race or Ning Fan, once they step into the muddy waters of this level, they would be annihilated. They were not willing to do that. They were more willing to find a weak and easily bullied family to live and drink as they pleased. There was no other reason other than safety, thus, the three devil pill elders who Luo Shi could not even ask to leave were directly scared away by Ning Fan's words. It was all because the Luo clan had Ning Fan as their backer. I've let fellow Daoist Ning see a joke. In order to save the Battle King, my Luo clan has attracted countless vermin. Sigh. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come and pay your respects to the Rain Lord. As soon as Luo Shi gave the order, Luo Xian, Luo Xiao and the other youths of the Luo clan rose to their feet and greeted Ning Fan, the Plague King in Old Wu respectfully. Luo Xian lowered her head. She did not dare to raise her head as she was afraid that she would be rude. Her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and bitterness. After not seeing Ning Fan for 100 years, he had already reached such a high level. In the past, she already felt that she could not catch up to Ning Fan. Today, they were even people from two different worlds. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, was filled with admiration and admiration. Ning Fan was the legend of their generation of cultivators. In 100 years, he had advanced from a life immortal realm to an immortal venerated realm. No one in this generation of cultivators could compete with him. Even if it was the previous generation, the generation before that. How many of them would dare to offend the current Ning Fan? Among the younger generation of the Luo clan, Ning Fan only had some friendly relations with Luo Xian and Luo Xiao. When he saw that the two of them did not even dare to raise their heads in front of him, he could not help but sigh. You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you did in the past. Even though Luo Xiao said that, Luo Xiao and the others could no longer be at ease when facing the current Ning Fan. Even Luo Shi became more cautious and cautious as he was afraid that he would say something wrong in front of Ning Fan. As such, Ning Fan was no longer in the mood to reminisce with the members of the Luo clan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got to the main topic. The preparations to save the Battle King were basically ready. They should be able to start in another day. Ning Fan asked about the process of saving the Battle King in detail and also asked about the information about the devil creature inside the Battle King's body. Unfortunately, Luo Shi also did not know much about that devil creature. The information he could provide Ning Fan was very limited. After repeating it over and over again, there was only one sentence he could tell Ning Fan. That devil creature was extremely dangerous. It had the cultivation base of a peak Immortal King realm expert. He told Ning Fan to be very careful when he saves the Battle King tomorrow. The only thing they could do now was to wait. Ning Fan, LV Feng and Old Wu temporarily stayed in the Luo clan. Old Wu was Ning Fan's servant. Naturally, he would go wherever his master went. LV Feng, on the other hand, was Ning Fan's sworn brother. He was discussing with Ning Fan about becoming a guest of the Qianqiu sect. LV Feng wanted to join the Qianqiu sect to help Ning Fan. Ning Fan, of course, would not reject this request. Very soon, the matter was settled. The place where the three of them temporarily stayed was the Broken Halberd Peak. 100 years ago, Ning Fan had stayed here to comprehend the battle intent of this place. It had only been 100 years, but it felt as though things had remained the same, but the people had changed. LV Feng and Old Wu rested in their respective caves. Tomorrow, they would have to treat the Battle King, and they might have to fight with that demonic creature. At that time, they would need to borrow their strength. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was walking alone on the Broken Halberd Peak. Occasionally, he would bump into some guest elders of the Luo clan. When they saw Ning Fan, all of them would be filled with fear and trepidation. Only one person was overjoyed when he saw Ning Fan. He was Wang Meng. He had once provoked Ning Fan, but he was taken in as a servant by Ning Fan. Wang Meng greets master. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, Wang Meng immediately bowed to him respectfully. His bow was filled with unprecedented admiration, which was different from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, although he was afraid of Ning Fan, he was still somewhat arrogant because of his identity as a Duzhen cultivator. 100 years later, Ning Fan would be a high and mighty immortal venerable while he was still at the early Crossing Truth realm. It was not condescension for a cultivator at the Crossing Truth realm to worship an immortal venerable as their master. How fortunate was he to have a senior immortal as his master. He was truly too fortunate. Even though this master of his was currently in a bad situation and was being coveted by the legendary secret race, he was still an immortal venerable. Even though his master was a little cold, fierce and not easy to get along with, he was still an immortal venerable. Even though his master was an immortal venerable. As long as his master was an immortal venerable, Ning Fan was perfect and flawless in Wang Meng's eyes. Oh, it's you. Haven't you broken through to the mid-crossing truth realm? When Ning Fan saw Wang Meng, he could not help but recall the memories of 100 years ago and revealed a smile. Wang Meng was in high spirits. His senior immortal venerable actually smiled at him. This was really a great honor. Sigh. He had embarrassed his master. His master had broken through to the immortal venerable realm within 100 years while he had yet to reach the mid-crossing truth realm. He was not worthy to be his master's slave. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one is guilty. This lowly one has clearly put in a lot of effort, but my aptitude is not enough. Until now, I have yet to step onto the true bridge of the mid-crossing truth realm. Wang Meng said with shame. 100 years is not enough for an ordinary person to break through to the first level of the crossing truth realm. I remember that you have the 8 extremities combat physique. Your aptitude is not bad. What you need is just more experience. After pausing for a while, Ning Fan pondered for a while and said. Speaking of which, we don't have any grudges against each other. In the past, you provoked me. I planted a mental seal on you and took you in as my slave. 100 years have passed. Now, I'm returning your freedom and giving you a good fortune. Consider it as ending this karma. As soon as Ning Fan finished his words, Wang Meng's face turned pale with fright. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Master, please don't abandon me. I'm willing to cultivate diligently and serve you for the rest of my life. Did I do something wrong that angered you? I'm willing to change. I can change anything." Wang Meng, who had been cultivating the Tao for many years, actually had a rare moment of panic in his heart. During the 100 years when Ning Fan was not around, he was treated courteously by the Luo clan because he was Ning Fan's slave. He obtained a lot of benefits from them. Deep down in his heart, he really felt grateful for Ning Fan's kindness. Occasionally, when he was meditating, he would think of Ning Fan, his cheap master, and pray for his safety. After waiting for so long for his master to return, his master did not want him anymore. He could obviously regain his freedom, but Wang Meng did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a little sad. He could not tell whether it was because he was greedy for Ning Fan's reputation as an ancient immortal venerable, or because he missed the days when he was tortured by Ning Fan every day. Or perhaps, he was addicted to being a slave and that was why he did not want to regain his freedom. If you can live with a straight back, don't bend your knees. To think that you are addicted to being a slave. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He flicked his sleeve and removed the mental seal on Wang Meng's body. Then, he pointed his finger at the center of Wang Meng's eyebrows. Wang Meng's eyes turned blank and he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Strange scenes appeared in front of him one after another, as if they contained countless Tao insights. It was a part of the Tao insights that Ning Fan had comprehended since he started cultivating the Tao. If Wang Meng could comprehend it, it would be enough for him to break through to the mid-true crossing realm. It was just a matter of time. In that case, the relationship between you and me has been severed. Go into seclusion to absorb these insights. Ning Fan waved his hand and walked past Wang Meng. All of a sudden, Wang Meng felt sad. It was as if after Ning Fan left, he and Ning Fan would no longer have anything to do with each other. Just like what Ning Fan had said, their karma had been severed. At this moment, the white-haired Wang Meng was like a loyal old servant who had been serving him for many years. He felt a sour feeling in his heart. There was a reluctance. In the future, stay in the Luo clan with peace of mind. You are the guest elder of the Luo clan. Of course, if you are willing, you can join the 1,000-year sect. In this way, even though you and I are not master and servant, if there is a chance in the future, I can still give you a few pointers. Ning Fan said with a deep meaning. This time, he was serious. He was ready to develop the 1,000-year sect. Whether it was Du Zhen or the Immortal King, he would spare no effort to recruit those who could join the 1,000-year sect. Wang Meng's eyes lit up and the sadness in his heart was swept away. I can still join the 1,000-year sect. That's good too. If I join the 1,000-year sect, I can also contribute to Master's cause of dominating the Eastern Heaven. It's decided. Even though Ning Fan was used to being expressionless, he almost broke down at this moment. Dominating the Eastern Heaven? Since when did he have such a plan? Wang Meng actually wanted to help him to dominate the Eastern Heaven. This old man's ambition is not small, dominating the Eastern Heaven. Heh. Speaking of which, it will be interesting if there is such a day. The one who can dominate the Eastern Heaven would be the ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven. Ning Fan was slightly distracted. He walked along the winding path in the mountain and suddenly saw Luo Xian under a Bodhi tree. Luo Xian was leaning against the tree. She was holding a worn-out white cloth in her hand. She seemed to be lost in thought. When she saw Ning Fan, she was slightly startled. She hurriedly kept the white cloth and greeted him. Luo Xian of the Luo clan greets you Jun. Her greeting was flawless, but there was an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed that she did not want to be unfamiliar with him in the first place. It was just that she did not dare to climb up the social ladder, that white cloth. Just as Ning Fan asked, Luo Xian immediately blushed and hurriedly explained. That is something left behind by an old friend of mine. It's not anything special. If it's not anything special, why do you keep it like a treasure? This lie of yours is really lacking in skill. Ning Fan's eyesight was great. Luo Xian's expressionless face fell into his eyes. Besides, with the help of the mind-reading technique, he instantly saw through her mind. It was the white cloth on his clothes. It was the torn cloth that was left behind when the golden light collided with the heavenly sea star when he first came to it. It was just a piece of torn cloth, but she kept it until now. How could Ning Fan not see through the affection she had for him? Unfortunately, Ning Fan's feelings towards Luo Xian were only a little favorable. Talk to me. In this huge Luo clan, I can't find anyone who can tell me the truth anymore. Ning Fan looked at the broken halberd peak which had the same scenery as before and sighed softly. I Junior doesn't dare to. Luo Xian immediately rejected him nervously. Her heart actually lost its composure the moment Ning Fan invited her. You don't dare to, huh? Then forget it. Ning Fan sighed again and walked past her. Sure enough, things remain the same, but people have changed. Luo Xian's eyes immediately turned red. I clearly want to talk to you, June. Why? Why don't I dare to face my true self? Wait. Luo Xian took a deep breath. She seemed to have regained some of her pride as the mistress of the Luo clan. Ning Fan halted his footsteps and looked at Luo Xian in surprise. Junior, dares. Chapter 982. Ning Fan nodded his head. It would be great if she dared to do so. Hence, Ning Fan and Luo Xian stayed together for the next day. From midday to dusk, to nightfall and then to sunrise, they did not do anything else. They just walked along the mountain path of the broken halberd peak while chatting with each other. The topics they talked about were the changes in the eastern heaven, the predicament of the Luo clan and their comprehension of Tao cultivation. However, they did not talk about love. This also made Luo Xian heave a sigh of relief. As long as they did not talk about love, she would not feel so embarrassed when facing Ning Fan. She could feel much more at ease. Ning Fan walked in front while Luo Xian followed behind him slightly slower. This scene was indescribably harmonious in the eyes of the guest elders of the Luo clan who were going in and out of the broken halberd peak. Hiss. Miss Xian and the Rain Sovereign. Each of the guest elders of the Luo clan was inwardly surprised. They seemed to have discovered an extraordinary relationship. If this matter were to be spread out, it would probably become a topic of conversation for many old monsters in the eastern heaven. The Rain Immortal Monarch is indeed a playboy. Even Miss Xian who never talks to men. She really makes others envious. As soon as the sky brightened, Luo Shi sent someone to invite Ning Fan, saying that everything is ready. Since there were important matters to attend to, Ning Fan naturally would not continue chatting with Luo Xian. He called LV Feng and Old Wu and went to the main hall of the Luo clan together. According to Luo Shi, the Luo clan had spent 3 trillion Tao crystals to set up a witchcraft sealing formation in order to wake the War King up. 3 trillion Tao crystals was definitely a huge sum of money. It had almost emptied the Tao crystal reserves of the Luo clan. The so-called witchcraft sealing grand formation was a grand formation passed down from the ancestors of the Luo clan. Only when they arrived at the Luo clan this time did Luo Shi tell Ning Fan everything about it. He told him about the inside story of the War King's coma. 45 million years ago, Sun Luo had wreaked havoc in the eastern heaven. At that time, almost no one below the immortal emperor realm could defeat Sun Luo who had 5 eternal tribulations. Great chaos was imminent, the cultivators were all fearful. War King Luo Ho who was still in the 3 eternal tribulations stepped forward, resolutely fighting to protect godly void pavilion. Even though Sun Luo wasn't as strong as he was now, he was still invincible against those below the immortal emperor realm. He even killed an immortal emperor from the dark race. No one thought that Luo Ho would be a match for Sun Luo. However, Luo Ho's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. He used all his trump cards and was able to fight Sen Luo to a draw. Of course, Sen Luo didn't use his full strength at the beginning, but this result was still shocking. Because of this battle, Battle King Luo Ho's name shook the entire eastern sky. But unfortunately, even with Sen Luo's all-out battle, the Battle King was still defeated. The power of his battle art's fourth transformation was scattered by Sen Luo, causing him to fall into a coma. This was already Sen Luo showing mercy, and it was all because he admired Luo Ho's strength. Otherwise, he would have most likely directly killed Luo Ho. There were rumors about these things in the outside world, but there were some things that the outside world did not know. For example, the ancestor of the Luo clan was indeed an abandoned member of the southern clan, but that was something that happened a long time ago. For example, Luo Ho's strongest ability was not the fourth transformation of his battle art but the innate bloodline of the southern clan, Witch God. Unfortunately, Luo Shi was just a servant of the Battle King. He did not know much about the Witch God. Even in the southern clan, not many people knew about it. Luo Shi had only seen the Battle King use the power of the Witch God a few times from afar. That was why he could not provide too much information about the Witch God. According to Luo Shi, the reason why the Battle King could fight Sen Luo, who was 2 grades higher than him, was not only because of the fourth transformation of his battle art but also because he used the power of the Witch God in his body. This was something that only a few people knew. Therefore, there were 2 things that Ning Fan must pay attention to in order to save the Battle King this time. First, he must rely on the fourth transformation of his battle art to restore the Battle King's scattered cultivation base. Second, he must be on guard against the attack of the Witch God in the Battle King's body. This witch sealing formation was an ancient formation passed down by the southern clan. Today was the day it would come in handy. When the time comes, Ning Fan must focus on saving the Battle King. He would not be able to divert his attention to defend against the attack of the Witch God. Therefore, he must have a strong expert to protect him. In fact, before Ning Fan came to the Luo clan, Luo Shi had already paid a huge price to invite a 10,000 ancient immortal venerate to help Ning Fan save the Battle King. He asked the immortal venerate to control the witch sealing grand formation and protect Ning Fan. The person Luo Shi invited was none other than immortal venerate Cloud Thunder from the Godly Void Pavilion. That immortal venerate Cloud Thunder was also a wise man. He knew that saving the Battle King would be risky. At first, he did not agree to help the Luo clan. However, when he heard that Ning Fan would also help, he agreed to the Luo clan's request. Immortal venerate Cloud Thunder obviously agreed to help because of Ning Fan. He seemed to have the intention of befriending Ning Fan. This was a good chance to befriend Ning Fan, even though there would be a certain risk. Luo Shi's intention was to let immortal venerate Cloud Thunder protect Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had brought Lu Feng and Old Wu with him. Naturally, the 2 of them could also protect him. In that case, there would be 3 10,000 ancient old monsters who would protect him. In addition to the power of the witch sealing grand formation, it would not be too difficult to save the Battle King. When Ning Fan and his group arrived at the main hall of the Luo clan, almost all the old monsters of the clan were gathered there. Obviously, they attached great importance to today's matter. Immortal venerate Cloud Thunder had also arrived. He was resting with his eyes closed. When he saw Ning Fan and his group, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He greeted Ning Fan, Lu Feng and Old Wu respectively. He did not know if it was an illusion, but immortal venerate Cloud Thunder vaguely felt that it had only been slightly more than 10 days since Ning Fan came to the Godly Void Pavilion last time. However, Ning Fan seemed to have become much stronger. It should be an illusion. It is not easy to improve one's cultivation base after reaching the first level of 10,000 ancient times. 10 days is definitely not enough. Hee. I didn't expect that other than me, there are actually 2 other fellow Taoists who are here to protect the Rain Sovereign. Let's not talk about the Plague King. This is Of course, Yunlei knew Lu Feng. However, he did not know old Wu. It was not surprising. Not many people in the four heavens knew old Wu. Even if they knew him, they would rarely talk about him. As a result, his reputation was not widespread and he was almost unknown. However, this person must not be underestimated. This was the first thought that immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder had when he saw old Wu. Yunlei's cultivation base was at the second tribulation of the 10,000 ancient times while old Wu was just at the first tribulation. However, when Yunlei first saw old Wu, he felt a strong sense of inauspiciousness from him. This man is definitely not as simple as he looks. Immortal Venerate Cloud Thunder inwardly gave old Wu a very pertinent evaluation. My name is old Wu. I am the slave of the Rain Sovereign. Old Wu said proudly as if being Ning Fan's slave was something to be proud of. Hiss. This immortal Venerate of the 10,000 ancient times is actually the slave of the Rain Sovereign. All of a sudden, Yunlei, Luo Shi and the group of old monsters of the Luo clan were all shocked. Lu Feng was the only one who had already known about this. He was not surprised at all. Before this, even Luo Shi did not know that old Wu was Ning Fan's slave. He just thought that he was Ning Fan's friend. An immortal Venerate slave was a standard that only immortal emperors would have. Ning Fan actually managed to subdue an immortal Venerate as his slave. Even if he was just an unknown person, it was enough to move everyone. So it's fellow Taoist Wu. Forgive me for not recognizing you. Yunlei cupped his fists towards old Wu. His evaluation of Ning Fan rose once again. Anyone could see that old Wu was willing to be Ning Fan's slave. To be able to make an immortal Venerate of the 10,000 ancient times willingly become his slave. This Rain Immortal Monarch sure is generous. Old Wu returned the greeting politely on the surface, but inwardly, he snorted disdainfully at their surprised expressions. What's there to be surprised about? Are they surprised because they think that their master is not qualified to take in an immortal Venerate as a slave? Do you know that my master has even killed a quasi-saint with a single palm strike? It's not too much for an expert like him to take in an immortal emperor as a slave, let alone an immortal Venerate as a slave. What a bunch of ignorant people. Ning Fan's group only exchanged a few pleasantries with Yunlei before they went straight to the main topic. After confirming that there were no mistakes in the plan, Luo Shi and the 5 Shikong of the Luo clan led Ning Fan and the other 3 ancient experts into the most forbidden place of the Luo clan, the Dao Marrow secret realm. Ning Fan had come to this place once 100 years ago. He obtained a lot of Dao Marrow from this place which greatly improved his ancient devil cultivation base. This place was also the place where the Battle King Luo Ho was sleeping. This place was like an ancient and huge karst cave. Above it, drops of spiritual liquid were constantly dripping down from the giant stalactites, forming an ocean below. At the center of the ocean, there were 9 black giant cauldrons. Each of the cauldrons was filled with spiraling spiritual qi. Outside of the ocean, there were many Dao crystal mountains. Each of them occupied a different terrain and formed a formation. Indistinctly, an extremely grand formation was set up under the ocean. It was the Shaman Ceiling Formation. At the center of the formation, at the center of the 9 giant cauldrons, there was a square-shaped altar on the ocean. Each of the 4 corners of the altar was lit with a copper lamp which was burning with purple flames. At the center of the altar, there was a copper coffin. The copper coffin had no lid and a black-faced burly man was lying inside, unconscious. That burly man was naturally the Battle King Luo Ho. However, compared to 100 years ago, the death qi on his body was much denser. If he still could not gather his cultivation base and wake up, he probably only had a few years left to live. Master, Shi Nu is here to save you. Just wait a little longer. The other experts of the Luo clan did not show much emotion. On the other hand, as soon as Luo Shi saw the heavy death qi of the Battle King, he burst into tears and knelt on the ground. This old servant has sinned. Only today can I save my master and make him sleep for countless years. This old servant has sinned. First, he knelt because this old servant is useless and unable to save my master. Then, he knelt to Ning Fan and the other 3 ancient experts. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "If everyone can save my master, I, Luo Shi, will repay you with my life." Each of his words was loud and clear like thunder. All of the members of the Luo clan were the descendants of the Battle King. Only Luo Shi was an outsider. He was a servant that the Battle King had taken in when he went out once. Many old monsters of the eastern sky had heard of this matter. As an outsider, he devoted his entire life to protect the Luo clan just because he cared about his master's kindness. When he saw his master suffering, he revealed his true feelings and begged for his master's help. Even though Yunlei and the others had cold hearts, they could not help but feel touched. Inwardly, they all gave Luo Shi a very high evaluation. Luo Shi is a loyal servant. This person's loyalty and righteousness are rare in the world. Originally, Yunlei decided to make this trip just to befriend Ning Fan. Now, however, he became serious. He did not want to disappoint Luo Shi's loyalty. Even though Lu Fei was an evil person, he valued loyalty the most in his life. Otherwise, he would not have stood against the southern clan just because of Ning Fan's kindness. His expression also became solemn. Old Wu felt like he had found a confidant. Luo Shi is a loyal servant. I, Old Wu, am also Ning Fan's loyal servant. We are in the same boat. This person's loyalty is almost catching up to mine. Amazing. Really amazing. Old Wu, who had already decided to be the world's most loyal servant, looked at Luo Shi with respect. Ning Fan's expression became much calmer. He did not say much and just helped Luo Shi to his feet. He did not like to talk nonsense. Thus, he said concisely, "Senior Luo, you don't have to do this. I have already promised you this in the past. Today, I will certainly fulfill my promise." He did not address him as fellow Daoist Luo. Instead, he addressed him as senior like how he addressed him in the past. From Luo Shi, Ning Fan saw something that was already rare in the cultivation world and was still being lost. In the past, everyone in the Purple Dipper immortal cultivation world had that thing. It was the heroic spirit of sacrificing one's life and death for someone and the heroic spirit of dying for their master. Strength of character. In the current cultivation world, this thing was missing. Everyone did not waste any more time. After finalizing some details, they began to take action. Luo Shi and the other 5 Shikong of the Luo clan would control the external auxiliary formation while LV Feng, Old Wu, and Yunlei would control the internal main formation. They would work together to defend against the witch god who might appear at any time and protect Ning Fan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, entered the altar at the center of the grand formation alone. He would use the 4th transformation of battle art to help the War King condense his cultivation base. Standing in front of the bronze coffin of the War King, Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and activated the power of the yin-yang battle art. The Tao law of war between heaven and earth was immediately activated by him alone, turning into endless flames of battle intent that filled the vast sky. Hiss. This is the power of the dominating Tao law. It's actually the dominating position of battle. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Ning Fan had actually cultivated the dominating position of battle with his immortal venerable realm cultivation base. This was not a level that the 4th transformation of battle art could achieve. This level of flames of battle intent could definitely help the War King condense his cultivation base. Activate the formation. Luo Shi's confidence was greatly boosted. He waved the formation flag and the external formation of the Witch Ceiling Grand Formation was immediately activated. The 5 cultivators of the Luo clan left to control the formation. Lu Feng and the other 2 cultivators who were inside the formation were not idling around either. They were constantly on guard against the possible appearance of the witch god. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was fully focused. He reached out his palm and patted the bronze coffin. The War King's physical body immediately floated up. Ning Fan's eyes were covered with green light. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the lines of Tao Law in the War King's primordial spirit that were intertwining chaotically. Many of them were even directly broken. What Ning Fan was especially afraid of was that there was a black shadow beside the War King's primordial spirit. The chi that it gave off was rather dangerous. It was comparable to a peak immortal king. First of all, he had to correct and restore the disordered Tao Law of war in the War King's body. As for this black shadow, he would leave it to his sworn brother and the others to deal with it. Fall. Ning Fan pressed his 5 fingers forward. The flames of battle between heaven and earth immediately began to surge madly into the War King's body. It was as if he had forgotten everything in front of him. The only thing left in his eyes was the War King's physical body. In his eyes, the physical body kept magnifying and becoming clearer. He could see every single cell of the body accurately. Then, he could even see them in detail. Ning Fan could almost see the most detailed energy units that made up a substance. Thus, the War King's physical body was no longer like a human in his eyes. Instead, it was like an entire starry sky. Each of the energy units that made up the physical body were like a cultivation planet that gathered in the starry sky. What connected these energy units was the Tao Law that the War King had cultivated throughout his entire life. This was the first time Ning Fan observed the human body in detail with his eyesight at the second level of the heavenly being realm. He vaguely understood that every single person was actually a starry sky of their own. What a strange experience. Ning Fan did not take it to heart. He carefully observed the broken and disordered Tao Law in the War King's body. Using the Tao Law of war that had the same origin as the War King, he divided the repair units into each energy unit and slowly restored them. Xinu, Qian Zhen, Kun Zhenli, this position was restored. Jia Shen, Kun Qian, Dui Sunli, this position was restored. Kue Wei. This position was heavily damaged. It was not easy to restore it. I need to be more careful. Ning Fan was completely immersed in saving the War King. He did not pay attention to the black shadow inside the War King's body at all. Firstly, he had the God-exterminating shield which could automatically protect its master. Secondly, he trusted LV Feng and the others. He believed that even if the witch god attacks him, these people would also protect him. Another ant who wants to save Luoho. Kill. Kill. A sharp and cold voice suddenly resounded from the War King's body. At the next moment, a black shadow flew out from the War King's dantian at lightning speed and went straight for Ning Fan. The force of the attack was actually comparable to the attack of a peak immortal king. Heaven and earth changed color and a thunderous rumble resounded. Be careful, my wise brother. LV Feng's expression turned serious. He naturally would not give the black shadow a chance to attack Ning Fan. He made a hand seal and the inner formation instantly sped up. The black shadow that was charging at Ning Fan was directly teleported from the side of the bronze coffin to the center of the outer and inner formation. Each of the 9 cauldrons emitted a purple flame which turned into 9 fire seals and sealed the black shadow in midair. Only then did everyone see the true appearance of the black shadow. It was actually a headless monster. Its nipples were its eyes and its navel was its mouth. Its fangs protruded out of its mouth and it let out a strange roar. It was holding a large dark red axe in its left hand and a pitch-black iron shield in its right hand. Its appearance was rather frightening. Fortunately, everyone present was an old monster with rich experience. They had cultivated for many years and had seen all kinds of strange things. Thus, they did not panic even though they were shocked. This monster was the witch god inside the War King's body. Each of the 9 fire seals that bound the monster had the power to seal a newly advanced immortal venerable. When the 9 seals combined, it could even slightly seal a first tribulation immortal venerable. Unfortunately, it was still a little difficult to seal this monster. The monster suddenly let out a furious roar. Its bones let out cracking sounds as if it was struggling with all its might. At the next moment, the 9 fire seals were all broken and the monster broke free from the seal. Ants. All of you are ants. Kill. Kill. The monster's speed was very fast. In just a flash, it appeared 1 zhang away from LV Feng. Immediately, LV Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly took out the bright yellow pear-wood sword and held it in front of him to block the axe light from the monster. Boom! The destructive force of the axe light actually had the power to split the starry sky. LV Feng was not a body refinement cultivator. When he took the attack head-on, he was sent flying with his sword and spurted out blood. Is this the strength of a peak immortal king? A peak immortal king who is the only one below the immortal emperor realm. For example, LV Feng today. He was definitely much stronger than him. After sending Lu Fei flying, the monster's figure flickered and reappeared in front of Lu Fei, slashing down with its axe. This time, Old Wu and Yun Lei were prepared. Just as the monster was about to attack Lu Fei, Old Wu and Yun Lei also appeared in front of Lu Fei and attacked. Old Wu spat out a mouthful of black dirty water. It turned into a water arrow and shot straight at the monster. That was the natal black water that he had cultivated for many years. Because it was related to his dark luck, it was restrained by Ning Fan. That was why he did not use this ability when he fought against Ning Fan that day. Immortal Venerable Yun Lei, on the other hand, summoned a ray of lightning. It was his Dao weapon, the lightning sword. Once it was summoned, it went straight for the monster. Of course, LV Feng still used his pear-wood sword. The combined attack of the 3 of them was quite powerful. Its power was almost comparable to the attack of a 4th Tribulation Immortal King. With some effort, they managed to slightly block the power of the monster's axe. Unfortunately, the monster's first attack was futile. It continued to swing its axe for the 2nd time, the 3rd time, the 4th time. The axe light was aimed at LV Feng and the others as if it didn't care about its own life. Yun Lei and Old Wu's cultivation level were slightly weaker. They were the first to be sent flying while coughing out blood. Then, LV Feng was the next to be sent flying. He could no longer fight the monster alone. He hurriedly retreated while shouting. Cultivators of the Luo clan, get into formation and protect me. LV Feng had already clearly realized that even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would still not be a match for this ferocious monster. Up until now, this ferocious monster had not even used any of its abilities. It was just using brute force to slash at them. Even so, LV Feng and the others found it hard to defend against its attacks. This monster was too powerful. They could not fight it head-on. The only thing they could do was to distance themselves from it and delay it to buy time for Ning Fan to save the combat king. Luo Shi and the others did not dare to be careless. They activated the outer formation to its maximum power. More fire seals flew out from the 9 cauldrons and sealed the monster. The monster's eyes were filled with disdain. With a wave of its axe, it easily destroyed all the fire seals. Then, its body flashed and it appeared in front of Yun Lei. Lu Feng's cultivation base was the highest among them. It would not be easy to kill him. Since that's the case, I'll just kill the others first. Not good. As soon as he saw the monster approaching him, Yun Lei felt goosebumps all over his back. Even though he had experienced such a strong sense of danger in his life, it was rare. This time, the monster did not use its axe. Instead, it opened its mouth and breathed out a stream of black qi. That black qi then turned into a ghost head and directly charged at Yun Lei's chest. In his haste, Yun Lei had nowhere to retreat or evade the attack. All he could do was to face the attack of the black qi head-on. As he shouted, a layer of lightning armor appeared on the surface of his body, making him look very dignified. Then, he swung his lightning sword and slashed at the ghost head. That ghost head was very strange. When the lightning sword slashed at it, it actually missed its target. It was as if it was an invisible object and it was not injured at all. When the ghost head heavily collided with the armor, it immediately triggered tens of thousands of lightning rays. However, it did not shatter the armor. Instead, it directly passed through the surface of the armor and struck Yunlei's chest. What kind of divine ability was this? It was so strange that it could ignore the defense of the spirit equipment. When the ghost head collided with him, Yunlei felt as if he had been hit by a cultivation planet. This attack was too heavy, too heavy. His aura immediately weakened, his face turned pale, and he was sent flying while coughing out blood. This time, he was seriously injured. When the monster saw that it did not kill Yunlei in one strike, it was slightly surprised. It opened its mouth again and spat out dozens of ghost heads. The ghostly wails could be heard as they pierced through the sky. Yunlei's expression changed greatly. Just one ghost head was enough to seriously injure him. If there were dozens of ghost heads, they would definitely be able to kill him. When Lu Feng and Old Wu saw that the situation was bad, they quickly rushed over to help. However, the situation suddenly changed again. The dozens of ghost heads suddenly changed direction and flew toward Old Wu again. Not good. Old Wu did not dare to hold back anymore. He immediately transformed into his ancient true body and hid inside his turtle shell. Unfortunately, the ghost heads did the same thing. They directly passed through Old Wu's turtle shell and crashed into his defenseless flesh. Bang! Old Wu, who had experienced one calamity, was directly hit by the dozens of ghost heads. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor shower. His body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. A ray of black light suddenly flew out from the blood mist. It was a small turtle that had shrunk countless times. The moment the small turtle escaped, it immediately turned back into Old Wu. Although he was not dead, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. So dangerous. This poor Taoist's ancient true body is good at protecting my life. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed by the ghost heads. This monster's divine ability is very powerful. Old Wu still had lingering fear in his heart. It seems that these ghost heads only dare to move around the outer area. Could it be that they are afraid of the inner formation? Let's try using the formation to attack these ghost heads. Lu Feng seemed to have noticed something and immediately formed a seal to activate the inner formation. Fire seals flew out from the 9 cauldrons and sealed the ghost heads one by one. Sure enough, these ghost heads were afraid of the fire seals and could be sealed by the shaman sealing formation. Roar! The fact that the ghost head's divine ability was broken completely infuriated the monster. It activated its divine ability and the flames of battle burned in its eyes. With a wave of its battle axe, half the sky was ignited by the flames of battle. The sea of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. The scorching temperature was not something that cultivators under the ancient true body could withstand. Collect. Venerable Cloud Thunder took out a gourd magic treasure and wanted to collect the sea of fire. Unfortunately, the gourd only managed to collect 1/10 of the sea of fire before it was burned to ashes. Old Wu was good at the Tao of water. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast ocean. Then, he borrowed the power of Lu Feng's 12 Nirvana Fire Avoidance Pearl to extinguish the endless sea of fire. However, this attack consumed almost 70% of Old Wu's magic power. Even Lu Feng's Fire Avoidance Pearl was damaged. If there was another sea of fire, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to stop it even if they worked together. Damn it! Even though this monster usually hurts people, it isn't this fierce. Why is it so fierce today? Even the shaman sealing formation doesn't have much effect on it. Could it be that we have to ask an immortal emperor to restrain this monster? Luo Shi said unwillingly. Usually, when the others tried to save the Battle King, this monster would at most swing its axe. After repelling them, it would stop. Today, however, it seemed to be risking its life. Why? Luo Shi, however, had no idea. Usually, those people could not save the Battle King at all. Thus, this monster did not have a sense of danger and would not attack ruthlessly. Today, however, was different. Ning Fan indeed had the ability to save the Battle King. If the Battle King wakes up, the monster would lose its freedom and be controlled by the Battle King again. It might even be assimilated by the Battle King. The monster really felt uneasy from Ning Fan. It could not show any mercy. It must kill every single person who wants to save the Battle King. Roar! The monster roared furiously and attacked LV Feng and the others with its axe, causing them to lose their will to fight. Besides, this monster was extremely strange. The stronger its battle intent, the stronger its attack power. With each attack, LV Feng and the others suffered different degrees of injuries. We can't stop it anymore. Roar! Tens of flames were sealed on the monster's body. It seemed to be temporarily trapped. However, it was only trapped for a few breaths' time before it forcefully broke free. Within these few breaths, the attacks of LV Feng and the others landed on the monster's body mercilessly. However, the result was that they could not hurt the monster at all. This monster's physical body was too strong. Without an innate magic treasure, it was impossible for them to break its physical defense. Bang! The monster broke free from the fire seal once again. This time, it did not attack LV Feng and the others. Instead, it directly rushed into the inner area of the formation. Looking down from above, it directly swung its axe at Ning Fan's back. Watch out! LV Feng and the others exclaimed. However, they could not save Ning Fan in time at all. Ning Fan, who was fully focused on saving the others, was awakened by the axe light. The golden light of the god exterminating shield automatically turned into a golden chi wall that was around 1 zhang wide, blocking the attack from behind. Bang! This axe strike was the monster's hateful attack. It was infinitely close to the attack of an immortal emperor. However, this attack only caused Ning Fan to sway slightly. After that, he steadied his footing. He blocked it. LV Feng and the others were quite shocked. Having personally fought against the monster, they had personally experienced its brute force. If it was any other immortal king realm cultivator, they would not be able to withstand such an all-out attack. However, Ning Fan just swayed a little and he managed to block the monster's attack. What kind of ability is that golden light? What a strong defensive power. What they did not know was that Ning Fan had yet to completely transform into the god-exterminating giant. If what was protecting Ning Fan was not the golden chi wall but the complete god-exterminating giant, he would not even have swayed a little. It seems like Big Brother and the others alone are not enough to stop this monster. Ning Fan felt a little helpless. Even the combined forces of LV Feng and the others were not a match for the monster. It was even more impossible for him to defeat it. He did not continue to heal the combat king. With this monster disturbing him, he could not focus on healing him at all. He turned his hand and summoned the memory-severing Dao sword. With another wave, 4 types of sovereign Dao laws coiled around the edge of the sword. Then, he stepped on the altar and turned into a ray of golden light, soaring into the sky and directly rushing towards the monster. Fellow Daoist, don't be reckless. Yunlei was shocked. Even a second tribulation immortal venerable like him would not dare to recklessly rush towards the monster. Ning Fan's action was too dangerous. Facing this monster, there was not enough time to dodge it. How could he face it head-on? What responded to immortal venerable Yunlei was an unimaginably sharp 4-colored sword light. The monster was confident that its physical body was strong. It did not try to defend itself against Ning Fan's sword light at all. However, this attack managed to break through the monster's physical defense for the first time. It left an extremely small wound on the monster's left shoulder. A few drops of blood appeared on the wound. It was not a serious injury, but it was enough to shock Yunlei. He, LV Feng and the others had attacked together, but they could not break through the monster's physical defense. Ning Fan, on the other hand, had broken through the monster's defense with just his Dao weapon. Even though the wound was just a tiny bit, it was enough to seriously injure a peak Immortal King Realm cultivator. Those are, 4 types of sovereign Dao laws. This kid. Yunlei was so shocked that he could not utter a word. LV Feng had seen Ning Fan's even more shocking actions before. Therefore, even though he was surprised, he was not as shocked as before. Old Wu was even more expectant. He was hoping that Ning Fan could use that palm attack that could instantly kill a quasi-sage realm cultivator. He was confident that if his master uses that ability, this monster would be destroyed with a flick of his finger. If his master makes a move, a mere peak Immortal King Realm cultivator would be nothing to him. Unfortunately, he had really overestimated Ning Fan. Being able to leave a wound on a peak Immortal King who specialized in cultivating his physical body was already Ning Fan's current limit. However, it was extremely difficult to kill this monster. The reason why it was not impossible was because he still had the Origin Chi, the method to ignite his blood, and the Jade Slip of Sha Di. If the Origin Chi explodes, even immortal emperors would have to retreat, let alone this monster. However, the Origin Chi was too precious. If it is not necessary, Ning Fan would not want to use it. Igniting his blood would be even worse. From the action of fusing his ancestral blood into the Devil Talisman, Ning Fan had already noticed that the divine, demon and devil elements would probably have to face this step in the future. Therefore, if it is not necessary, he must not waste the ancestral blood. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to cultivate in the future. As for Shadi's Jade Slip, or perhaps, Ning Fan could ask someone else to help him kill this monster. For example, Xiang Bozi. However, if he asks Xiang Bozi for help, he would not need to owe him a favor. It seemed like he already owed Xiang Bozi a lot. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had a slight upper hand in the face of this monster. If he did not have the God-destroying shield, he would not be a match for this monster no matter how hard he tried. However, with the God-destroying shield, the monster could not hurt him at all. As for him, he could at least inflict a slight wound on the monster. Moreover, as the wound was caused by 4 sovereign Dao laws, it was difficult to recover with the recovery power of his physical body. You guys leave this world first. I will try to see if I can kill this monster. If I don't kill this monster, I'm afraid I won't be able to save the others with peace of mind. The main reason why Ning Fan chased them away was because he did not want to expose the complete form of the God-destroying giant in front of everyone. This matter was related to the Great War in the wilderness. Many immortal emperors had seen the complete form of the God-destroying giant before. Thus, they knew the true form of the God-destroying shield. To LV Feng and the others, it might not be a good thing. Perhaps, they might even get involved in some karma. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan wanted to fight the monster alone, Yunlei and the others became worried. Only LV Feng and Old Wu knew that Ning Fan had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if he could not win, he would not be in any danger. It would not be strange if he wins. After all, Ning Fan had even killed a quasi-saint realm expert before. They were all severely injured. If they stay here, they would not be of much help. Instead, they might even become a burden. Thus, LV Feng and Old Wu decisively led the others and left the Dao Marrow secret realm. Inside the secret realm, only Ning Fan and the headless monster were left. Seeing that everyone had left, Ning Fan no longer had any scruples. He directly summoned the Dharma image of the God-destroying giant. The giant held the shield in his left hand and the enlarged memory-severing Dao sword in his right. Roar! When the monster saw Ning Fan releasing the power of the God-destroying shield, it somehow felt a sense of fear that originated from its bloodline. There were 4 divisions of the southern clan, namely Shaman, Gu, Barbarian and Battle. Few people knew about them. These 4 divisions and the entire southern clan were the descendants of the cultivators of a single clan. Battle Shaman. In the ancient times, the Battle Shaman clan was one of the subordinate clans of the barbarian race. After the barbarian race was enslaved by the tribulation spirit, only a few members of the Battle Shaman clan were left. Later on, the survivors were subdued by immortal sovereign Zi-Do and became the guardians of the southern heavenly gate of the great overarching heaven of the Purple Do immortal domain. Gradually, they were divided into 4 divisions. The Gu tribe was a clan that had been bestowed by the barbarian race. They could cultivate the barbarian path and had the identity of barbarian cultivators. The Shaman tribe and the War tribe, on the other hand, were the direct descendants of the Battle Shaman clan. The Gu tribe was a new tribe that was born after the Battle Shaman clan. The ancestor of the Battle King was the abandoned cultivator of the War tribe of the Southern clan. As for the Witch God, it was the legendary ability of the War tribe. Only a small number of Battle Shamans could cultivate their own Witch God during the Battle Shaman era. In terms of origin, the Witch God was the signature ability of the Battle Shaman clan while the Battle Shamans were the subjects of the barbarian race. Even the Witch God himself did not know that the reason why he felt uneasy from Ning Fan was not only because he had the power to save the Battle King, but also because he was the dignified 10th barbarian god who possessed the inherited weapon of the barbarian race, the god-destroying shield. Unfortunately, the Witch God was not a barbarian cultivator. Otherwise, Ning Fan could directly suppress him with the power of slaughter and punishment. Even so, the Witch God's heart was already filled with slight fear when he faced Ning Fan. This fear continued to grow stronger in the battle that followed. He attacked Ning Fan with all his might but none of his attacks were effective. Rumble, 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 the Witch God swung his axe again and again. The Witch God had almost exhausted all of his means but he could not break the god-destroying giant's defense at all. As for Ning Fan, every time he swung his sword, he could leave a tiny wound on the Witch God's body. After that, Ning Fan used the yin-yang square seal to attack the Witch God with the first transformation of the seal, the Yin Phoenix. Due to Ning Fan's lack of cultivation base, even if he uses innate magic treasures, he could only cause almost no damage to the Witch God. However, these injuries should not be underestimated. As the number of wounds on the Witch God's body increased, his injuries gradually worsened. 1 day, 2 days. 3 days. Ning Fan's battle with the Witch God lasted for 3 whole days. With his current cultivation base, it was indeed impossible for him to kill the Witch God without using his primordial chi and ancestral blood. However, it also caused severe injuries to the sorcerer god. It was also because he had cultivated the yin-yang realm of wood and obtained a heaven-defying recovery of magic power that allowed him to fight against the Witch God for 3 days without losing any magic power. With the god-destroying shield's defense, he was innately undefeatable. Theoretically, if this battle could last for tens of years, Ning Fan really had the hope of killing this Witch God with the injuries that kept worsening. However, the problem was that the Battle King could not live for another tens of years. It was also impossible for him to waste his time fighting against the Witch God here. Sure enough, if I want to kill this monster, I still have to use my trump cards. Even though the primordial chi and the slaying emperor's jade slip were precious, Ning Fan would not feel heartache for these worldly possessions if he wanted to fulfill his promise. With a flip of his hand, Ning Fan took out the primordial chi and the jade slip at the same time. I'm afraid I have to use one of them to kill this Witch God. As Ning Fan made up his mind, the Witch God on the other side lost the last bit of hope he had. In his limited bloodline memories, the primordial chi, nirvana chi and desolate chi were extremely terrifying things. Just a trace of the primordial chi was enough to kill him. As for the jade slip. What kind of jade slip is that? So dangerous, very dangerous. How could this brat be so difficult to deal with? How could he have so many tricks up his sleeve? Don't kill me. Rahu and I were originally one. Kill me, and Rahu will die. I am willing to submit. That witch god was extremely afraid of Ning Fan. He actually kept his shield and giant axe and knelt down on one knee in front of Ning Fan. This was submission. The barbarian god's prestige on Ning Fan's body was the prestige of a superior being. It made him tremble in fear and he did not dare to fight against him. He couldn't break Ning Fan's defense. Ning Fan's attacks were worsening his injuries bit by bit, making him feel more and more uneasy. However, what really made him despair was the trump card that Ning Fan used in the end. Ning Fan totally had the ability to kill him. Compared to death, he would rather be controlled by the Battle King again, or directly assimilate with the Battle King. In any case, he was a Rahu, and he had awakened the Rahu battle shaman bloodline, so he did not lose much. It was better than death. Oh. If I kill you, War King Luo Ho will also die. Ning Fan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. If he directly used his trump card without knowing what was going on and killed this witch god, wouldn't he make a huge mistake? Not only would he fail to save the Battle King, but he would also get the Battle King killed instead. Venerable Divine, please spare my life, the witch god kowtowed to the ground once again. Inwardly, he was even more convinced that the lofty barbarian god was not someone that he, the witch god of the Battle Shaman clan, could fight against. Man was the master of the Shaman clan. Even if the current heaven was biased towards Jia Ling and man lost his former position, this would never change. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.